And you know what's sad right now? Is the reason that they're arguing is because somewhere there is a law that's prohibiting them from officially stopping her. I don't know which law it is, but you could tell that there's something. Otherwise, one would have lost her one by now. This is asinine. And they're all heated too. She has her co-counsel by her though. They're in sidebar. This is how they do sidebar there. The headsets. We need to figure out what law it is that is in the way of them stopping her from this. What law is making this her right to do this? Morally, we all know it's wrong, right? But there's something in the way saying, but I'm told I could. What right is it of hers? Humiliating, re-victimizing him, belittling him. That too. Thank you, Rebecca. Even if he did go there, so the F what?
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, morning recess. We will resume in about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, take the victim out of the room. Should have done that a long ass time ago. Not just the witnesses, but the victim. And by witnesses, I mean jury.
No longer present. We've concluded that sidebar of records been made. I would just caution the defendant again. She needs to be very careful, and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to.
Like her other life sentences?
The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. McCabe.
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you,
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door,
She
do
wants
I get a
this.
hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
have a
on
very, stop.
She wants this. She wants it all brought in. This draws everything out. This is exactly what she wants.
We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're gonna introduce how you have great character and good character, we're gonna have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
And
So,
would you
talk
like,
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
you don't need to yell at me either.
yell at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out. Take
courteous.
her out.
I'm very courteous to
Take
you.
her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory counsel about the rest of your cross. We're gonna resume in 15 minutes.
No, you don't get to talk. I cannot believe we just witnessed this. We haven't seen this happen since Daryl Brooks. This is her 3rd attempt. She tried just... Oh yeah, I can rewind that. I will most definitely do that. Hold on. Only knowing half of that is not fair. For educational purposes.
She was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory counsel were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you,
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
have a
on,
very, stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're gonna introduce how you have great character and good character, we're gonna have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
and
So,
would you
talk to
like,
your advisory counsel during the break. And
you don't need to yell at me either.
yell
I'm,
at you. Okay?
yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out. Take
courteous.
her out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Take her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory counsel about the rest of your cross. We're gonna resume in 15 minutes.
He wasn't yelling. He was just being firm. He wasn't yelling. He was being firm. Anybody disagree? I could not even believe that we witnessed this. You think he was yelling? Triple? Exactly, Angel. He gets to talk how he wants. He's the honorary. It's his honor. I think she is too. I think she's too, and this is what I was worried about. What did you miss? Anyone opposed to rolling that back? Just for clarification purposes. They're almost done with the sidebar. I'm like shaking.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. We've concluded that sidebar. A record's been made. I would just caution the defendant. Again, she needs to be very careful, and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to.
Downright lying.
The state, the defendant, and the advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Cave.
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be 405.
Yeah, they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on...
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like...
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to
Take
you.
her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
All right.
None of that was okay. I wish that the jury got to see that part. It's not fair that they didn't. And I don't mean that in the way some people would think. I mean that as witnessing her true character with their own eyes and ears. This ish. It's only like 1 minute off. One more time, because it's only a short part. It's not long at all. It's only a couple minutes.
That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and the advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Cave?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
That would be 405.
Yeah, they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on...
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like...
to your advisory council during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either. I'm...
Okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous. I'm very courteous to you.
No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
I think they literally are. Is this the point where she's pushed into full insanity? You really have to wonder, don't you? I wish I knew. I've tried to see it 3 times. I cannot see, or I can't see it on her lips what she's saying. Oh, Bev would not take that because Bev, she's in a different power dynamic. Totally different power dynamic. In her mind, anyways. In my opinion, only. That's what I was saying earlier, Patricia. 100%. Right?
The parties are present, the jury is not present. Ms. Daybell, if you continue to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection, if you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
Do you understand what he just threatened? If there's anybody not understand, is a better question. Anybody not understand what he just threatened? He's threatening to take away her ability to be her own lawyer, which is what she wants. The whole time is that stage. He is taking it away from her. If she does it one more time, he's going to take it away from her. Okay. He's my second favorite judge now. He's my second favorite judge now. Exactly. I'm gonna make him the same sticker like I did for the other judge in Daryl Brooks's case.
Yes, and I'm just going to ask a few questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when we get up there, that's fine.
Hmm?
I'm just going to clarify a few things and then I'll move on
You mean with me or with the witness?
with the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium. Depending on,
Yeah, make sure I do this. Don't let me forget. That's what I said earlier. I said if only he was like this the whole time. And because I was saying that in the beginning of her second trial, I started wondering and questioning if he was under her spell. We're replaying it too. It's almost like somebody gave him the antidote. Come on.
please be seated.
You'll see it again.
The parties are present, the jury is not present. Ms. Daybell, if you continue to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection, if you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
Yes, and I'm just going to ask a few questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when we get up there, that's fine.
Hmm?
I'm just going to clarify a few things and then I'll move on
You mean with me or with the witness?
with the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium.
She has nothing to lose, though, you guys.
Depending on when we finish with this witness.
She's already got several life sentences. What does she have to lose? This is her proving how much evil's inside her, in only my opinion, of course. This is her proving.
We can be flexible. So I guess let's see where we are when we finish with this witness. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Like, when you want to know what people would do when nobody was listening, this is her, but opposite. Exactly. There's no consequence that she isn't already having to serve.
All the rest of the jury?
I said that too, yep. It's time out of those cells. I need somebody remind me to ask Aaron to get me some cashews because these are almost gone. Well, it's lasted me so far the entire Karen Reed trial, so I'm good, right?
All right, members of the jury, please be seated. Thank you. I just had to take care of a legal issue. We'll continue with the cross-examination
Sort of.
this witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tammy. It's a one-person cell, but yeah, sort of, but not official. Because she wants to drag it out.
Testimony, Mr. Boudreau, you talked about
Relevancy.
your argument on July 25th. Is that correct? I mean, on June 25th with your wife. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Tammy.
And you had marital problems
Like it's
in those
drink.
10 years or no?
Objection to relevance.
That's one.
I'll allow it briefly, go ahead.
Can you define marital problems?
Well, like a course of contention. Were there other courses of contention in your marriage during those 10 years?
If you've been married for 10 years, there's definitely times where you don't agree.
Absolutely. So would the fact that you traveled a lot during those 10 years been a course of contention?
I object to relevance.
Oopsie.
Sustain.
But there are other issues besides what happened that day on June 25th. Is that correct?
Can you re-ask that question?
Like you said, a marriage has issues if you're married for 10 years. That's correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question that you're asking. Can you ask it one more time?
That was really loud.
You
My
had
anxiety.
stated that, I'll move on so I can be more clear. You had stated that to Detective Pillar that Melanie had been going to the temple all the time. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain I stated that to him, but she did go to the temple often, yes.
And that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain that I told him that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. If you have a transcript where I could read, I would be happy to read that to verify.
Okay.
I tried to not make it loud and it was epically loud. I'm sorry.
That's line 240 and 241.
Thank you.
Never try to open it slow. It never works. I'm still shaking. Like I'm getting
That's not
their
what I read
energy
there.
too.
Okay. Do you like to tell me what you read?
I object to improper, I don't know, impeachment, refreshing.
Yeah, maybe, I think what you should do is look at it and maybe rephrase your question.
Okay.
Go ahead and edit that.
I know what I'm getting palpitations. I can only imagine what he's feeling. It's like
So you had said that God answered her in a call.
In reference to the temple,
In reference to Melanie saying that she thought you were gay.
I
she's not giving up. Motive. But the thing is, it shouldn't be her fighting to prove the motive. It should be the prosecutor that does that. And it's not. She's doing it. And you want to know why she's doing it? Because she wants to stretch this out. She wants the other trials to be brought up. It stretches everything out because she needs to have hearings on each thing before it gets brought out. This gives her more time in the spotlight. And if he was, so what? So what? Yeah, exactly. See, that was what I was worried about, the dark spirits for the children. I had said, because when he had full custody that time, like when this was going on before that, she went down there to get custody of the children. And the police were called. Guess who drove her to get those children? Alex Cox, the man who tried to end his life.
I did, and her saying that she thought I was gay, but that didn't have anything to do with the temple, which was the question you were asking me earlier.
I love the
Yes, so I
TikTok
was saying
shop.
she frequented the temple. Is that correct?
TikTok shop is great.
Yes.
Okay. That was a separate issue. So I was asking that she was convinced of this because God answered her in a call, is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
Just really quickly, Lori's 6 and the state 30, right? Or did I miss a number here?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be.
No, he didn't.
Can you ask that question again?
Actually, yeah, no, he didn't.
I'm trying to get to the fact that she had her own personal revelation of that idea about you.
Are you trying to claim your niece as like an apostle? The hell?
I can't say what she was thinking. I can't say why.
But she had
made
conveyed
choice.
that to you, that she had a God answer her in a call.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
Where did you get that information?
Which information are you asking?
Okay. The information that you gave to Detective Pillar that God answered in a call, what was that in reference to?
Again, my opinion is it's motive. But she's not the one that's supposed to be proving motive. If it's anybody, it's the prosecutor. This is what she wants. This makes more and more stories about her run. This will make her on more and more news channels. This makes her more and more relevant. The spotlight doesn't fade, it grows. In her mind.
The line before it was me explaining that I'd have to read the line again. I can't say exactly, but my understanding is that you're speaking about me referencing her talking about me being gay.
Correct. And you're saying that she's the one that prayed about it and God answered her in a call. Is that correct?
Yes, Kathy.
Can I read it again? I would like to
Sure.
answer the question the best I can.
Yes. It's 240 and 241.
I need to go get my insulin. I forgot. I'll go as soon as they're done questioning. But they're questioning. I love how all of us are helping keep each other accountable.
So that's where did you get that information that you gave to Detective Pillar that she prayed about it and God answered her in a call?
I can't tell you for certain. I'm guessing that what I was sharing with them there was pertaining to my thoughts on our conversation from June 25th.
Okay, so on June 25th,
I know
Melanie
you
conveyed to you that she had this belief about you herself. Is that correct?
On June 25th,
Mhm.
Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay. Correct.
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreau?
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Good catch, Ashley.
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me
Correct.
at any point?
About this topic, about being gay.
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party. supposedly.
The TikTok
heard
shop
from
is
Charles.
great.
Okay. But not from me directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So on this day, on October 2nd, you conveyed
That makes
these
sense.
things to Detective Pillar. Is that correct? That she has a friend named Lori.
Can you ask that question again?
Yes.
He stopped being moldable. He was no longer her little soldier. He started questioning everything.
To Detective Pillar on October 2nd, you conveyed to him that Melanie has a friend named Lori.
As I stated, I think that that's a typo. I believe I said aunt named Lori.
Okay. So she has an aunt named Lori, which would be me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's the one who convinced her that I'm gay. Is that correct?
That's, yes, correct.
But you didn't get that information from me or from Melanie. Is that correct?
I would not say that that's correct.
Okay. You got that information from Melanie?
I got what information from Melanie?
Did you get information from Melanie that I convinced her that you are gay?
I inferred from conversations that I had with her that you were the one convincing her that I was
You
gay.
inferred from conversations?
Correct.
Okay. But she did not convey to you. Lori's the one that convinced me, and I know this now to be a fact because Lori is the one that convinced me of this.
She never said those words to me, no.
Okay. And she showed you a video that she found on Facebook. I'm not gonna say-
Again, to 404B evidence, to extrinsic evidence, to relevance, to 403 evidence.
I can't make this shit up.
Sustained. We're not talking about the video.
But she had her own reasons that she personally believed these things that had nothing to do with me. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Well, I'm also going to
Good job,
sustain the
Trina,
form of
on that
question
one.
on Melanie's belief.
Melanie conveyed to you that she had several reasons why she had this, why she was making this
Yes.
accusation to you. Is that correct?
She was taken
I
out.
can't say how many reasons she said. It's been a long time.
She's spoken of herself and him, or she just misworded, like she spoke as if there was air quotes in it without putting air quotes in it. But yeah,
But I mean, we discussed it at length for a
exactly.
while. And both parties shared their reasons why it was confusing.
Okay. And so Detective Pillar had asked you if she had any sort of evidence to this. Is that correct?
He says he is not. He has 4 children with her, or with Melanie, and he is remarried to a woman. I cannot remember her name. Not that I'm saying any of that matters at all. It does not, 100%. But for her, and if I'm not mistaken, her faith, this is something that you don't do this. Exactly to us,
believe he did.
but in her mind.
And would you like to see your answer to that?
I would love to, yes.
Okay.
In her mind, this is all
It starts at line
Her world.
675.
I'm getting too many palpitations. Sorry. Thank you, Joanne. I need to get my insulin. I can cannot believe this is actually another real trial. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
What
this
did
is
you
the third
convey
one.
to Detective Pillar at that time when he asked you what sort of evidence that you had?
I told him that it's silly evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
It's silly evidence.
You told him there was silly evidence?
Yes.
What did you tell him specifically?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Oh, it's also hearsay. Sustained.
So how are you aware that Melanie had this silly evidence?
I'm going to object again to just relevance into this area and 404B again.
You can answer the question, how was he aware where he got this information? But other than that, the objections.
Sorry.
From conversations with her.
Okay.
Just
So
one,
she
right?
didn't show it to you? She just talked to you about it?
Again, object, Your Honor. I don't know how many times we can object.
Sustained. Let's move on.
35 now?
So you called it silly evidence and vague evidence, is that correct?
I'm not sure about vague. I could have.
I feel sorry for the victim being re-victimized.
Is it contradictory for you to tell Detective Tiller on that same day, in the same interview, that I convinced Melanie and that she had her own individual evidence that she presented to you?
I don't believe that that's contradictory, no.
You don't
Three
believe that's
more? Okay.
contradictory?
No.
So how is it that you think I convinced her?
37 then?
As I shared, I had conversations with other people who shared that that was something that you were doing.
But you never heard them from me or from Melanie, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Detective Pillar that day, he had asked you, have you ever seen that vehicle before? And I'm sure he's referring to the Jeep Wrangler. Do you remember what you answered him?
In Lori's mind, this is one thing that she thinks people are going to see as in a way of painting him bad or dark, if you would. This is her way of presenting him as dark, no longer worthy. No, she's representing herself by choice. And it's just my opinions, guys.
It would be great if I could read it.
Okay.
This,
It's line 597.
where's the victim's right advocate? Something. Exactly, because she actually believes it. They knew this was going to happen. That's why he warned her.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So he had asked you if you had ever seen that vehicle before, and what did you convey to him?
Not that I could recall.
Yes, Angel, that's correct.
And then he asked you to tell him more about the Jeep, and you gave him a color. What color did you say that you thought the Jeep was?
I believe olive or puke green.
Okay. And that you had never seen that Jeep before?
Objection asked and answered.
Had you ever seen the Jeep in my household before?
Are you asking
Yes.
what I said that day, or are you asking me today?
I'm asking you today. Before October 2nd, had you seen the Jeep in my household before?
I might have. I don't remember for certain.
You've got to remember, she's been telling people that she no longer has to repent for her sins because she no longer sins. This is how she sees herself.
Okay. And what
Thank
color do you
you.
think the Jeep that was in my household was?
Are you asking what I think it is today, or are you asking what I thought it was that day?
I'm asking what you thought it was before October 2nd.
I don't know that I thought a lot about it, to be honest with you.
And you had never seen it before?
As I said, I can't recall for certain whether or not I had seen it before.
And it had never been parked at your house?
This is not fair.
Which house are you talking about?
Your Quinn house.
It could have been. I can't recall.
Okay.
Hi, Binksy.
And so before October 2nd, you were aware that there was a Jeep Wrangler in my household, is that correct?
Before October 2nd,
Yes.
Boy.
I believe that at one point, Charles had called me to have me run VINs on all your vehicles, because he was looking at insurance at the time. And so I did get the VIN for that vehicle.
Okay, so you knew the details of that vehicle prior to October 2nd, is that correct?
I had received them from him. I hadn't thought about it again.
Okay, but when he gave you those, did you look up the VIN numbers before October 2nd in doing that research for the insurance?
When he gave them to me, I used those numbers to run a report that would allow me to see what options he could have for insurance.
And in that research, were you made aware of the details of the Jeep?
I didn't dive into the details, no.
Okay, so were you aware at that time that it was like a 2-door Jeep or a 4-door Jeep, any of those kinds of details? Before October 2nd?
I can't honestly recall whether or not he told me. I don't know that I needed to know that, or that it was something I was thinking about at all.
Okay,
Okay. I hate her.
but that day it came to your mind, is that correct?
Which day are you talking about?
October 2nd.
Can you give me a little more context on what you're looking for came to my mind?
Oh, on that day, you stated that it was a 2-door Wrangler, is that correct?
In my conversation with Detective Pillar, is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I probably, it'd be better if I read it, if that's okay.
Sure. It's 6:02.
This stand is getting on my nerves, you guys. Tripod, whatever it is.
So you told Detective Pillar, or you conveyed to him that it was a 2-door Wrangler, is that correct?
When we're talking about the Jeep that I saw that day, yes, I saw a 2-door Wrangler.
And so my question is, were you aware if the Jeep Wrangler in my household was a 2-door Wrangler or a 4-door Wrangler prior to October 2nd?
Like as I said earlier, I didn't think about the Jeep that was in your household prior to October.
This is today's. We're just a little delayed.
October 2nd, it wasn't something I had ever thought about other than taking a VIN and running it for insurance for Charles.
Okay, but that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about what time frame?
I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember.
When did you start doing that car insurance business, auto insurance?
The end of 2018, some point towards the end, one of the last few months of 2018.
Okay, so sometime within that year, he had you run all those numbers just to see if we could get a better insurance rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when exactly.
Okay.
She's having like the opposite of it, of a you can't handle the truth moment. It's opposite though.
Let's go to that day.
She doesn't understand it's on
October 2nd.
herself. Like, it's opposite day. I cannot with her. 100%. I agree.
Interview with Detective Pillar. You had mentioned
Binksy. Come here,
that
baby.
you saw a little boy. Is that correct?
No.
Asked for some foundation.
Yeah, can you
There
put
better
up-
not be any girlies
Sure,
out there,
sure.
Binksy.
Sure.
39.
In your
39.
narrative that you're talking to, tell what happened to Detective Pillar in your interview. Okay. Can I just show it to you and have you?
Your Honor, if she could just ask a question and properly
Hold on.
question the witness.
40.
I would suggest you just ask, did you see a little boy that day?
Okay.
If that's what you're getting at.
Okay. Did you see a little boy that day, right after the glass had shattered?
No, I did not see a little boy that day.
Okay. And
Is she delusional? Yeah, never mind.
why did you tell that to Detective Pillar if you didn't see a little boy?
I don't believe I ever said that to Detective Pillar.
Would you like to see your interview?
Sure.
It's 404. You might want to read that whole paragraph to get some context.
No, it was her brother. Allegedly.
I believe that's a typo.
So
Another
what
one?
did you think that you said that that's a typo of?
In that context, I was describing the window breaking. Without listening to that conversation, I couldn't tell you what the final word I said was, but I'm pretty confident I did not describe seeing a little boy there.
Okay, so that isn't why you thought that it was a paintball gun, because there was a little boy there?
That is correct. I did not think it was a paintball gun because there was a little boy.
Okay.
Okay, what this is about is when he said he wasn't sure if the weapon was a paintball or an actual, but I don't think he said little boy. He meant a toy. Remember?
And so you didn't say you thought it was kids just being kids?
I'd have to review if there's a line where I talked about that.
Okay.
Does she have the exact transcript of where this is at?
406 to 414.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. But she does. She knew exactly where it was. Exactly, Ashley. Exactly.
So you conveyed to Detective Pillar that you saw a little boy, you thought it was like a paintball gun or something?
I'm going to object to
that
him
correct?
saying that he did not say he said that.
Asked and answered.
So after reading that, do you recall saying something like that?
Asked and answered again.
The
Come on,
context
Trina.
of what I was saying there was I was describing my thoughts that I was talking to the dispatcher when I mentioned the paintball gun. And
It was to the
context that I
dispatcher.
was explaining was that my window was broken, and so without seeing a bullet, as I've described earlier, I thought possibly it could be a paintball gun.
Okay.
You know Renee's pissed when she goes that way.
And on your street that day, on October 2nd, were there kids on the street playing paintball?
No,
Were there kids anywhere walking around?
no.
No,
And what time was this?
it was a school day.
What time was what?
The time of this alleged shooting?
I can't say the exact time without looking at when I called 911 right after. So whatever time that was that I called 911.
Okay, so in the morning time, right?
Correct.
And it was like a bright sunny day that day?
Correct.
Okay.
I know it's not alleged, but alleged in the legal sense right now, it is. But we know, but I'm just saying, in that route, this is bullshit.
So you conveyed to him that you were thinking it was just kids being kids, like a broken window?
I did not convey that to him, no.
You did not say that on line 416?
I conveyed to him what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher.
100%.
So why were you telling that to Detective Pillar if you did not believe that?
I just explained why.
Even
Which
haunted.
was what?
I was explaining my thoughts when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So he wasn't asking you a direct question, you were just going over what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
I was explaining in that context that you're referring to what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher. When I said
Be careful, now you got Donna pissed.
that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
Hey, baby. Come
But
see
you had said
Mama.
before you were confused because you didn't
Come
even really
here.
know what was going on at that moment.
No,
Is that correct?
don't run.
I would not say that's correct.
Mommy wants her Binksy hugs.
So you did not convey that
Hansies and monkeys.
maybe somebody really didn't shoot over here?
As I said, I was explaining to him in that context about why I had said to the dispatcher that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you didn't believe it was a paintball gun at that time?
Which time are you referring, when I'm talking to Detective Pillar or when I made the 911 call?
Both.
When I made the 911 call, I thought someone was shooting at me. But as I explained, I had the thought nothing had come through my window. So perhaps it was a paintball gun, which I shared with the 911 operator. And when I talked to Detective Pillar, I was certain that someone had shot at me. I could see the bullet hole in my car. And as soon as I saw that, I knew for certain that all of the other things made more sense. And that was exactly what happened.
You're a good boy.
Okay. So yesterday you talked about you kept driving, right? After
Yes.
you were shot at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went up to where the park was and pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you made a U-turn
Correct.
and went back to
I needed that.
the house.
Correct.
So you didn't go around the block, but you went to the, just so I understand, you went to the pool, pulled over, turned around and went straight back to the house.
It's a big loop. You can drive either way. I ended up driving the full loop. I think everybody has seen how those streets work. So
Correct.
I did a U-turn up by the park and I came down around the other side and looped back.
Okay. So after the U-turn, you did the full loop around.
Yeah, I finished the loop.
Okay.
Give
makes
your
more sense.
babies a hug. It helps.
Then what? You drove back into the driveway? Is that correct? Did you go into the garage?
I did not go into the garage.
So you stayed out of in the driveway, is that correct?
I got out of my car and like I said yesterday, it's a little bit hazy, but I waited and stayed on 911 until the police officer arrived.
Okay. Was your garage door open or closed?
As I explained, when you drive that Tesla, it automatically opens the door when you hit it inside of a certain range. It didn't trigger in the initial drive-through when I was shot at, but when I pulled in my driveway, it triggered, so the garage just automatically opens.
Okay. So when the shooting occurred, the garage door was not open, but after you came back around the loop and drove into your driveway, it did open that second time.
It opens the garage when you pull up, yes.
Okay.
No. They do not know of her other convictions.
And you did not drive into the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you stayed in the driveway.
Correct.
And
That's why I said we need to figure out what law it is that is making this possible.
did you stay in the exact same place where they took all the photos of the Tesla?
I put my keys up on the dashboard and I didn't move the car until they were done.
Okay. And so we heard you on the 911 call where you stepped out and removed the window and then got back in. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's a little hazy. What happened is when you put that car into park, the door will automatically open. And the door.
You misunderstand, Ashley. She wants that door open. Meaning, she wants that other stuff brought up. She's getting joy from this. And she'll get even more joy when it's talked about even further. She's enjoying every second of this, in my opinion.
We opened, the window fell. And from there, I can't remember exactly what I was doing. I remember talking to the 911 operator. I may have walked a little bit towards the street a little or something, and then I just stood right there in the driveway and waited for the first officer to arrive.
Okay, so you were outside of your vehicle at that point?
Yes.
When the window fell out?
I may have been. It's been 6 years, so I'm not 100% certain on that part of it.
Okay.
6 years, guys.
But when you say that the window fell, did it fall to the ground or it just kind of crumbled on the door?
Well, it was shattered, so most of it you could see in that picture stayed together and fell. And then a lot of it fell all over my seat, all over me, into the door frame. I could hear it all fall down in there. It fell a little bit everywhere.
Okay, but it was removed from the Tesla over to the side. So did you pick it up and move it, or it fell out over where it fell?
That piece fell because you got to remember the door's swinging out. So it automatically opens itself. If there's no sensor, then it'll move further.
Okay, so the window fell onto the ground by itself without any assistance from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay, and then the little glass shards came out as well at that time?
Yeah, they were all over.
Okay, so you
It's chilling, isn't it? It's utterly chilling.
never moved the window after it fell out, is that correct?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. So where we
Thank
see it
you,
in the
Marie.
pictures, that's where it landed?
Most likely. I can't tell you for certain.
Okay.
The
And
fact
you may
that
have walked to the end of the driveway, is that that's what you're testifying to?
What I testified to was that I can't remember for certain, but I stayed on the phone and may have walked, may not have, I'm not certain.
Okay. You had
He's-
testified yesterday that you thought
he's on death row.
that the 911 operator told you to stay in the vehicle and you were staying in the vehicle, but you had gotten out earlier. Is that correct?
When I listened to that call, I didn't hear her tell me to stay in the vehicle. So I don't think she did, but maybe she did. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly.
I think that you conveyed that she had told you that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so then that conveyance must have been wrong on that.
Okay. So did any of that glass cut you? How were you careful to get out of there without getting cut by the glass?
I can't say for certain. I just think that I would have been careful. I wouldn't want to get cut by glass.
So it fell, when the window fell out, the glass fell in towards you onto your lap, or how did that work?
No.
The big piece of the glass fell outward, which you can see, and then, I can't tell you how everything else fell. I don't have like a perfect memory of that. Just fell.
Okay. When you stepped out of the vehicle, the glass that was on you, did it fall to the ground?
Can't say for certain.
And when the police arrived, where were you located when they first drove up?
I believe I was located in my driveway or right near my driveway, and it was a woman who came.
Okay. And if you thought that you had just been shot at, were you not worried about standing there in the driveway where someone could drive by again?
That's my boy.
The person that shot at me was in the Jeep and I had seen them leave. Of course, I was scared for my life,
That's my
but
boy.
I was told to go back to my house. So that's where I went.
And I know it all happened quickly, but you were not worried about them maybe doing the loop and driving back around?
There's a lot of thoughts going through your mind when that happens.
Okay. And who arrived first? Who arrived first? Was it Officer Rob?
I can't tell you anybody's names.
Okay.
A woman,
Female officer.
female officer.
Okay. And she began questioning you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you began to tell her what had happened.
I did my best to explain what happened.
And she, at some point, had taken her pin and stuck it in the bullet hole, is that correct?
I don't remember that.
And where were you standing when you were talking to Officer Rob?
I mean, at what point I talked to her for a little bit, so we moved around.
Were you on the driveway
We talked on the driveway,
initially?
I believe on the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay. So was she trying to get you out of the crime scene area where all the glass was?
I can't say what she was trying to do. I'm not a police officer.
When was it that you called your friends to come over?
You want freedom?
After I saw the bullet hole, realized that I was really
You want
close to
freedom?
being shot. I think a little bit of shock kicked in. I remember feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. They, I think when my hands even started shaking, I remember. And then they told me, "Do I have someone that can be with me?" And
Oh, thank you.
then my first thought was my dad, you know. It's kind of my strength. And then after that, I thought of my friends. I have two really good friends, and that's what I remember is they said I could call them. And so they just came and tried to make things lighthearted, make things easier.
So was that Officer Rob that gave you the permission to call your friends?
I can't tell you for certain.
So was that after she finished questioning you on the events of the day?
No, sir.
I can't tell you for certain either. I don't know.
Was it before another officer arrived?
Like I said, I can't tell you for certain.
And how long did it take for your friends to show up?
I don't know. I probably was in a little bit of shock. I don't remember how long any of those things were.
Okay. And you had two different friends that showed up. Did they come together?
I think they came separate.
And at that point, when they arrived, was the crime scene tape already up?
I don't remember.
He keeps knocking.
So they would have had to park outside of the crime scene tape, or you don't know?
I'm sure they did. I don't know, though. I can't testify to that.
And so they stayed with you during that whole day?
Yeah, they were awesome. They dropped everything and they just spent time with me.
And they stayed until the police left?
They did.
Did they stay after the police left?
Yeah, they did.
Think of it like this. This is his opportunity to confront her and take all his power back. And he's doing it.
You guys went into the house at that point?
Yes, I did.
I think Trina K gave
Did any
up.
of the offers enter the house? Any of the officers or any of the detectives?
You'd have to ask them. I think they said they had to clear the house, but I can't remember. Like I said, I think I was in a little bit of shock for a little bit there.
And do you know if any of the officers entered the garage?
I'm sure the people entered the garage, yes, at some point. I can't tell you when.
And when you got on the phone and called your friends, did you call them or did you just text them?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Binksy keeps getting in trouble.
And who was it that came to help you that day, your friends?
My friend Mark Bell and my friend Chris Pierce.
Did either of them get interviewed by the police?
You'd have to ask the police, I'm not sure.
That's
Did you
why
see any of them getting interviewed by the police? Did the police ask them direct questions
Binksy's
in front of you?
I can't recall.
So by the time they arrived, were you done with your interviews with police?
No.
So when you were having this interview with Detective Peller, where were your friends?
When I left for my interview with Detective Pillar, we were all sitting in the shade over underneath the tree. I don't know where I was with Detective Pillar, so I don't know where they were at that time.
And where was your interview conducted with Detective Pillar?
Inside of his car.
In a police car?
Yeah.
Bink, stop it.
And about how long do you think this interview lasted?
It's a long time ago. I don't know.
Stop it, young man. Sorry for the
And
noises,
then
guys.
after you had your interview with Detective Pillar, you rejoined your friends?
I did.
Did you interview with anyone else besides Officer Rob and Detective Pillar?
Not that I can recall, but I may have talked to other officers. They might ask me questions.
So other officers were around there and they were asking you questions as well?
I didn't say that. I said I may have. I can't remember for certain.
So there were several people from the Gilbert Police Department in your vicinity on your property?
It seemed there was a lot of police there because a shooting occurred, I assumed. I
Okay.
don't know the police process.
But you don't remember anybody else asking you any specific questions? Is that
Asked
correct?
and answered 3 times over.
I don't remember any questions that anybody specifically asked, and I don't remember if they asked me questions or not.
Any follow-ups to what Officer Rob had talked to you about or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Hey, sweet boy.
Brandon, how many communications since October 2nd until now have you had with Detective Pillar?
I have no idea.
How many phone calls would you say over the last 5.5 years?
No idea.
More than 10?
I'm sure more than 10, yes.
More than 20?
Come on, Trina K.
Like I said, I couldn't testify to the exact number, so I have no idea.
A lot?
I talked to him about my case.
More than 100?
Objection.
I honestly can't tell you. I have never looked to try and figure it out.
Okay. How about text message communications with you and Detective Pillar? How many times have you communicated with him through text message in the last 5.5 years?
I've never counted, so I don't know.
More than 10?
I'm sure it's more than 10.
More than 100?
That I
Objection.
can testify to. I don't know.
Asked
How
and answered.
about emails to Detective Pillar?
Same
How many
thing.
email communications have you had with him in the last 5 years?
I can't testify. I don't know.
More than 10?
That I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you if I ever had more than 10.
If only I could see what Trina K was
And then I'm
typing
gonna
on her
show you what's
screen.
marked as potential exhibit 192, defense exhibit.
No, I don't have a shot in hell to try to see that. I'm not gonna lie. I can't see shit. Yeah, she has an exhibit. Let's see if she'll let it through. I don't know why she stopped objecting. This is the point where she's supposed to represent the victim. No, Lori has an exhibit. Lori's trying to introduce an exhibit.
Do you recognize that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
I can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what it says. I can't tell you if this is something that, where it came from. I don't have any reference on it.
I'm gonna object. Maybe we can.
Let's break for lunch. Is the party's good with resuming at 1:15?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:15. Thank you.
That's just the way she parted her hair. Like she evenly parted it backward. They should be thinking about the victim in this because he is the victim. She tried to unalive him.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. So I've reviewed exhibit 192. The line of your question was to establish that this witness has had contact with Detective Pilar over the years, in the last 5 years. This particular email is actually, appears to be 3 separate emails in a string from February 12th of 2020. So what's the purpose of this?
Thank you, Gail.
Yeah, are you trying to admit it? What do you?
I would like to ask him about it.
What's relevant about it?
Mine says 67.
What?
Judge, I can't hear her.
Please speak into the microphone.
It's relevant to his discussion with Detective Pillar from the October 2nd date until this date on February 12th.
What is relevant about it that is an issue for this jury to decide? That's what relevance means. It's something that this jury would either make something more or less probable for some fact that they need to decide.
It's relevant in the way that this email communicates that the information that was being given to the detectives was directly from Brandon Boudreaux.
I know, but what in the content of that email is relevant for this case?
The fact that the last line,
Did I miss something? What's the last line? At the bottom. Okay, hold on. Make sure everyone can hear you in the court reporter.
I would have to ask to see that as well. I don't.
So the last line was Detective Pilar writes, is it Pilar or Pillar?
Pillar, like a pillar in a building.
Pillar. Detective Pillar writes, this information is requested so we can see if Melanie has any financial gain from your death, basically, correct?
correct.
Okay, so that creates motive for Melanie. It seems like I guess it's fair area for him to talk about in general, but it's also a fair area for you to talk to the detective about what areas they investigated. But let me hear the state's response. But as far as that particular email comes in, I mean, I suppose you could ask some questions about it, but let me hear from the state.
Judge, obviously that's a conglomeration of emails, so I don't know that that fully covers everything. Two, I guess the defendant has never raised a third-party defense. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that this was all Melanie Boudreaux, but that is actually an open investigation that is still ongoing. The state has, obviously in trial, referred to her as an active member of this conspiracy. So I'm not sure if she's trying to admit that or just question him if he was providing information to the police. But the last thing I will, again, just in terms of opening the door, is she's made a big deal about the number of calls and text messages. And as I've indicated, there is still an open investigation against Melanie Boudreau. And so many of that information might relate to that case, or it might also relate to the Tammy Daybell case, because there was information about that, as well as the Charles Vallow case. So to infer that all of those conversations related solely to this defendant, this incident, October 2nd, is probably a little disingenuous.
Were you intending to enter that as an exhibit, or just ask, were you asked to provide information that Melanie might have a motive?
I would like to admit it, and I would like to question him on it as well, yes.
Trial by
What is
ambush.
the bait page on
It's
that?
Bates 5465.
I don't know that there's anything in it that's particularly misleading or anything like that to the jury. I don't know.
She's doing what Brian Colbert is trying to do, but he's doing it before trial. She's trying to say that there's a third person involved. The person who we know did know about it. Her niece Melanie. At this point, the opening of the doors, that's a done deal. By her saying she wants to officially say Melanie was a part of this, so it wasn't just me and Alex, Alex who's already dead, who can't face consequences on Earth. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God, this poor guy.
How relevant it is, but I think to the extent that there may have been some questions about Melanie's participation and whether or not she had a motive are relevant.
He said they are relevant.
What's the state's response, I guess? I know she didn't notice third-party defense.
I guess I'm asking now, is she doing that? Obviously, I have a right to know before the trial ends if that's an active defense she's asking for.
I am not, Your Honor. I'm trying to say the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie connects me to Melanie. So that's why I'm trying to establish, how am I connected to this?
Okay. She's not trying to throw Melanie under the bus. She's trying to say she's connected via Melanie. Okay.
I didn't have a financial gain here. This is the financial gain through Melanie. This is conversations between the detective and Brandon that I want to question him on. I'm not trying to blame Melanie. That's my point.
I have not alleged a financial gain for the defendant.
She's pulling her down with her.
What was that? Sorry.
Said I have not alleged a financial gain. I've not alleged much of a motive because we are trying to keep out much of that. So I guess, again, if we're going to start going into motives, then we have prior incidents of the defendant having financial gain in the previous trial that we did here. So if we want to go into the whole overarching financial scheme and cult activities, then we can do that. But
Mr. Ryan,
again,
Mr.
the state had
Vallow,
decided not to bring in any of that. If we're going to do that, then
Tammy Daybell.
obviously we'll change who all of our witnesses are.
All right, let me,
Oh my God.
rather than just make a knee-jerk ruling, I'll think about it. We'll take this up at about 1:10. So please be ready to go at 1:10. Thank you.
He sees relevance. Are we being punked? Please? It's a really long break. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to fill the speechlessness with something. Yes, day 2. This is tonight's. Oh my God, you guys. Brandon's in there.
Were related to a separate investigation, correct?
Hold on, I'm overwent.
To the extent the door gets opened further than that,
There we go.
All right, the jury.
In my understanding, or in my opinion, they see this as a runaway train. They already knew it was going to happen. They knew the destination. They just didn't know who all was going to be on board. Yeah, the niece's husband, former husband, is who did this. Oh, you mean her current? Wouldn't that be a twist? Again, I cannot make this shit up.
all right, please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your cross of this witness.
I don't even know how to catch you up. Okay, have a good night. That he sees relevancy. No, she's not.
Mr. Boudreau, in February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation to prove that Melanie, your ex-wife, had a financial gain at your death?
Yes,
And did you provide that information to him?
I believe I did.
How many documents would you say that was?
Can I get some more context around that?
Yes. So Detective Pillar asked you to provide him with some documentation of financial gain from your ex-wife Melanie. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did provide to him some documentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what were those documents?
What did I provide to Detective Pillar about that?
Correct.
I had a life insurance policy. I provide.
To help you guys understand, remember how before she's blamed Tylee, said that Tylee unalived JJ and then herself? She's now shifting the blame to the person that's still living and free, her niece Melanie. And I'm not saying I didn't think she was involved or she didn't know. I believe she did know 100%. But she's serving it up for you.
Credited him with that.
She's making sure it's
What
dead
else?
center. I shouldn't have used that word. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
I'm not sure there's anything else I provided him.
Okay, did you provide the rental agreement for Melanie's address?
Are you talking about on that specific day or?
Ever?
I can't say for certain that I did, but I may have. I believe I had it. I
I'm
believe
getting
I helped her
lightheaded.
when we were signing that.
Okay. So did you provide your rental agreement with him?
Okay, everybody take a deep breath just in case you did like I did and you just held your breath for way too long. We don't need that happening. No, this is her niece's former husband. Make sure you're not holding your breath. I was holding my breath, I think, for quite a little bit too long. Just want to make sure you guys aren't doing the same.
At some point, I believe I gave him my rental agreement for my property at 3875.
I don't know.
And did you provide information showing your financial shared accounts?
If he asked me for that, I would have provided it to him. I can't say for certain which accounts I gave him, but I'm sure if he asked, I would have given him any accounts he needed.
Because I just got lightheaded.
And you gave him the information, the contact information
you.
for your financial person at Chase Bank?
Thank you.
I would have, if he asked me for anything pertaining to the case, I would have given it to Detective Pillar so that he could investigate.
Okay. So he could help demonstrate Melanie financial gain if you were to pass away. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
No, he asked you for that. Is that correct?
I can't recall him asking me that.
So he asked
She did not just say it that cold.
you for any documentation that would help him demonstrate financial gain for Melanie if you were to have died around October 2nd, 2019.
I can't recall if he asked for that specifically. If you're asking if I can recall whether or not I talked with him about the possibility that she had financial gain, I definitely talked with him about her having financial gain. If you're asking if I can recall the exact wording that he used, I can't tell you that I can confidently sit here and recall the exact wording.
Well, you looked at this exhibit, correct, a minute
Thank you,
ago?
Gunter.
You showed me a document.
Would you like to look at it again?
If you're asking if you would like me to look at it, I can look at it.
Okay.
He's right. That's exactly what she wanted. She wants him to look at it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want it. It's clear that she's trying to push this on him. Trina K. Do we need to have a discussion?
It's the last line.
Don't let her drive the cart before the horse or whatever the hell way they go. Don't.
Did that refresh your recollection of your email with Detective Pillar?
I definitely read what you shared with me, yes.
And he had asked you to provide documentation to demonstrate Melanie's financial gain in case you were to die on October 2nd, 2019?
He asked me if I could provide any documentation that could have showed that there was financial gain for her if I had died on October 2nd.
Gene, motive.
And you did provide the information to him, is that correct?
Not just for Lori, but Lori's niece. Lori is now stepping it up, and she's accusing somebody that's actually alive that could face the rest of their life in prison too. She just did that to her sister's daughter.
As I said, I can't recall exactly, but I'm sure I did.
And did you provide screenshots to him?
I'm going to object or ask for foundation of what? Screenshots.
Sustained, please lay more foundation.
Canada, check your borders. Mexico, check your borders. Don't let her get away.
Okay.
I expected this from her, but I didn't at the same time. Oh my God.
Did you provide to Detective Pillar
Hi.
6 screenshots in response to this email where he asks you for that documentation?
I gave Detective Pillar my phone, so they had literally every conversation I ever had. So
No, I'm hearing run, Joey, run. Run, Joey, run. Vacation's over. You are not going to believe what's going on here.
I'm sure he would have had access to any conversation I'd had with someone
Okay, and when was that you turned your phone over?
at the time of the shooting.
So on October 2nd?
Correct.
So in February of 2020,
How is
February
Aaron missing
12th
this?
specifically of 2020, did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots of messages to him for this purpose of demonstrating Melanie's financial gain?
As I said, I had a lot of conversations with Detective Pillar. So if you're asking for one specific conversation, I can't tell you right now that I recall exactly what I would have given him in February of 2020.
Okay. Would you like to look at this?
If it would help, sure.
Okay.
I see you've been having fun. I love the monkeys. Mm-hmm. The monkeys were so cute. You made me very jealous. Very jealous. I'm glad that you had fun. Lori just threw her niece on the bus. We all knew that Melanie knew, but she just hand delivered it. We already knew, and she was already under investigation, but she just confirmed it. Thank you. I know that we've been saying this a lot within the past couple months, but how is this an actual trial and not a movie?
Bar on this.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, those are so cute. I love those. How is this an actual court? How is this our justice system? How can she get away with re-victimizing him like this? How? What is the law that they have to follow to let her do this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is that? Because there's a block. They're arguing about something. So what is the something? Is there a lawyer in the house? What rights of hers are in the way? And how do we strip her of those? Thank you. I was like, I'm like getting like a million palpitations now. What the hell? How is this not a movie and this isn't our... This is three trials in a row. The one, this one, Karen, and her last one that we sat here asking, how is this an actual trial? We're more concerned with the rights of a murderer than we are with a victim, a surviving victim. Really? Really? Yeah, it's sidebar. They do it through headphones. I'm just giving myself and y'all a minute. What is it? What right is it? What's in the way? I know I'm gonna get nailed for this, and not in that kind of way, but a bad way. But should her rights not be forfeit at this point? She already has how many life sentences? Why are we catering to her instead of taking care of the victim, who she's re-victimizing before us? This will be in psychology classes and law classes to come. And movie theaters. If we're being totally honest. He does. I know him and his parents were helping. Because before, I don't remember, before or right after this happened, she went to go try to get access to her children. And Alex Cox is the one that drove her there. The same man that tried to end his life and ended the life of his own niece and nephew, Lori's children. Now do you see why I said Canada, check your borders? Mexico, check your borders. I don't know if she fully lost custody, but I'd imagine that would be coming if it hasn't already. I'll look in a minute. Give me a woosah moment. And I'm trying to get my makeup off. Holy shit. I'm like, should I keep pinching myself and see if anything changes? Yeah. At least 2 minutes. No one's still holding their breath, right? Oh my God. I couldn't even make this up for my book. Like, I literally couldn't. Because what normal person thinks that somebody would be able to do something like this to somebody? There's still a lot left. Well, a lot of time on the recording, according to the bar. But she was already blaming her own daughter for saying she unalived JJ than herself, and that's how it happened. That's why she didn't do it. And then she admits Alex Cox's involvement, but they're already gone. Melanie isn't. Melanie will not only lose her freedom, but her children. I feel it's kind of like we were serving in some kind of spiritual battle here or something. So this woman's using religion and our legal system against him, both of them. If anything should come out of this, it should be a change in the law. This should not be. Thank you, but I'm just like you guys. We're all the same here. Am I the only one that likes to do their toner with just their hands? There's just something so calming about it. Okay, let's see how much we got. There we go. But at this point, it's sort of working that way, Becca. It's kind of proving her twisted reality, or she's putting her twisted reality into reality. So where the hell did we mess up? Where's the loophole? It's like you knew I was getting ready to use your favorite product, catnip.
The life insurance policy that you provided to Detective Pillar, was that an active policy?
As of the date that
As
I
of the-
provided to him, or as of the date of my,
As of October 2nd, 2018.
yes.
Okay. And did you provide more than one life policy to him?
Aaron, I sent you an invite because something. Thank you, Gunter. Lori just threw her niece under the bus. Catnip, she's officially outed Melanie. She didn't wait until a time when she was no longer on this earth like she did for Tylee and Alex. She just served her niece up, who's actively under investigation, so they need to go check those damn borders.
To Detective Pillar? Did Melanie have a life insurance policy?
I did not know.
Well,
I was wondering that, honestly, like
yes,
about a month
she had
ago.
an insurance policy separate from this on him,
Correct.
Now that I know that,
if he knows.
Not that I knew of.
I would have added you as a mod on that one.
But in your agreement, did you provide also a copy of your mediation agreement to Detective Pillar?
You have no right to
Yes,
see
I did.
that.
And in that agreement, Melanie was supposed to get a life insurance policy as well on herself as you, the beneficiary?
I'm going to check relevance at this point.
Sustain.
I stopped counting.
Who was the beneficiary on the policy that you provided to Detective Pillar?
On what date?
The last mark I have down is number 43. I know there were at least 2 more, possibly 3. Is anyone still tracking? You know, Catnip, you're going to laugh your ass off at this. But when Juror 5 came in here, after we labeled you Juror 5 and we gave you the title Juror 5, I wanted to ask them to change their name. And it turned out to be you.
On October 2nd. Who was the beneficiary on October 2nd on your policy?
Melanie Boudreau.
And did you change that beneficiary?
I could not. It's a whole life policy. It's not changeable without both parties.
Bet you wish Charles had that, huh?
And do you remember when you provided that to Detective Pillar?
I felt so
I
bad.
can't recall.
My body's getting stiff. It's been stiff.
Did you provide any other financial information to Detective Pillar in regards to his email asking you for documentation?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Is there any other financial documentation that you provided to Detective Pillar after he requested it in the email to you?
Are you speaking like on that specific date or?
Anytime after.
No, baby boy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Sustain.
You're going to make another noise that makes people think I farted. Come on now. No, Beansy, let go.
Brenda, did you meet with the prosecutor in preparation for this testimony?
Young man,
Yes.
When was that?
you need to behave.
I can't say which specific day, but I met a
Quit
few weeks
getting into
ago,
stuff, sir.
2 different times.
2 times?
Not allowed.
How long each time would you say? How long was the first time?
A couple hours.
How long was the second time?
A couple hours.
Did you review documents at that time?
Yes.
to refresh your recollection of things.
To the best I could, yes.
Did you view any of the financial documents that you provided to police
He's calming
during
down.
those interviews?
I did not.
Binksy,
What documentations did you,
come here. Daddy wants to say
what
hi.
documents did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
The ones that I can recall would be my 911 call and the conversation I had with Detective Pillar.
So your interview with Detective Pillar?
Yes, the one that I had with him in the car.
Okay.
Say hi, Daddy.
But not all of your conversations with Detective Pillar ever, right?
I don't even know how I would do that.
Okay.
Don't make jokes like with him. He's not your friend.
You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that the Tesla has a camera on it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I mentioned it in my testimony yesterday, but the Tesla does have a camera on it, correct?
On the front or the back, or how does that work?
They have cameras on the front and the back and on the sides.
So it goes like, oh, sorry. So like a 360 degree view?
Depending on the Tesla, there's
Right,
different
Nikki?
cameras that they have, yes.
Binksy.
And
Stop.
were any of those retrieved to your knowledge from the Tesla, the cameras?
You're
The model
misbehaving,
that I
sir.
had was not one where it saved the recordings.
So it doesn't save any recordings at all?
It did not.
Okay. When you talk about where the Jeep Wrangler was located on
Knock it
October
off, sir.
2nd, you said it was nose to nose with the white van, is that correct?
Correct.
How close was that nose to nose, would you say?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, is it not? Like, how is that not explanatory? Nose to nose. How close is nose to nose? I mean, literally. Are you serious, Lori? How?
That means that they were basically touching.
Okay. And then
No.
you had stated
He had a policy that was a life policy, like a forever lifetime policy, meaning both of them would need to be there to approve him taking her off. Lori is saying because of that, that is why Melanie was involved in this. Because she's trying to take Melanie down with her. If I did bad, so did so-and-so. But she tried the same thing with Tylee. She tried saying that Tylee ended JJ's life and then took her own, that nobody did it to them, that it was all Tylee. And then Alex as well.
stated that you kept going straight, is that correct, after the shot?
Correct.
And then the Jeep passed you, is that correct?
I know it's driving me
At
nuts.
some point?
I had stated that I went straight. I went around the corner and I parked, and then the Jeep followed the path that I did and went past me, went around the corner and then went down the other lane. Without looking at a map, I can't tell you what the name of that street was.
She does it condescendingly, in my opinion.
Okay. And so when it passed you, did you look over at the Jeep?
I saw the Jeep in my rearview mirror initially, and then I looked over to the right as it drove off down the road.
And did you see the driver of the Jeep?
I could not identify the driver.
And you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
But you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
Yes,
And you have been with him on many occasions. Do you know what he looks like? Is that correct?
correct.
And so you would recognize him if you had seen him. Is that correct?
If I had seen him, I would recognize him.
So when you were looking,
I just added the IMO so I don't have to say in my opinion anymore. I'm too tired to add that.
you said you first saw him in your rearview mirror. You saw the Jeep coming up towards you when you were pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't see the driver at that time either in your rearview mirror?
That is correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell who was driving?
That is correct.
Not if it was a man or a woman?
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't see the driver at all?
Asked and freaking answered
That is correct.
3 times
And then
over.
you didn't see the plate number either as well, is that correct?
I did not give them the plate number, no.
And you had your phone in your hand or you did not?
Can you give me some more context? When are you speaking of?
When the Jeep passed you,
Good for you.
Did you have your phone in your hand?
My phone was connected to my speakers. So I was talking over the speakers, but I believe the phone was in my hand.
And like you didn't take a picture of the Jeep as it passed or the license plate or anything?
I did not.
Are you serious? Have you ever had anybody take a shot at your head?
Did you yourself personally take pictures of the Tesla after the incident?
Oh, sorry. We love the TikTok shop. The TikTok shop is great. Sorry.
Can you give me some context of when?
Plausible deniability.
Anytime
No.
after the,
You gotta at least give me plausible deniability.
alleged shooting.
I sold the car, so I took a lot of pictures of it before I sold it. So, yes, I did.
Did you take pictures of it immediately after?
Can you give me a definition of like when immediately is?
Like, did you take pictures of it showing the window missing?
At some point I took a picture of my car. I can't tell you when specifically, with it missing a window.
And did you take pictures of the bullet hole?
Can we adopt him or something? I know some of you won't want to take on the brotherly persona, but he's a part of our family now. This guy's a freaking hero.
At some point I may have. I don't think I did though.
Did you send those pictures to anyone?
I may have. I don't remember.
Like, what
Did
kind
you send
of
those
role
pictures to your dad?
do we want to give him? Maybe the stepbrother?
If I took a picture of my car, I may have sent a picture to my dad.
Okay.
It's not something that I recall off the top of my head.
Did you send pictures to the 2 friends that were there with you?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
How long was it before you sold?
No, we already called him our cousin, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we already said he's our cousin.
Your Tesla after October 2nd?
I couldn't say.
They were.
Gave it to the police. They had it for a while to
I
run
see 'em
tests
now,
and
though.
do whatever they needed to do. Then when it was returned, I took it to a dealership to get it repaired. And after that, at some point, it was sold.
So did they repair it? They were able to repair everything?
They were.
Did they have to replace the whole door?
Just try to reword it.
I don't know what all they had to do. I just paid for it after it was done.
So the police did not
And that was him saying, it should have been your ass that paid for it.
ask you to turn the car over to them, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I turned it over to them.
When did the police have the car?
As soon as the shooting happened, I gave it to them, and they kept it. I can't remember when they gave it back to me, but they give it back to me later.
I
So
don't even
days
know
or
anymore.
weeks or months or how long after?
Like I said, I don't know specifically, but I would guess it was a couple weeks if I remember correctly.
Okay. So if that happened on October 2nd, then you had it back maybe before the end of October?
I did have it back before the end of October, I believe.
Okay. And was it the same as when they took it? Was it intact the same way, the window missing and the bullet hole?
I mean, I can't say if I would believe that whatever tests they did were not intrusive. I don't know if they did anything, but as far as the car being the same, it looked the same to me.
Okay.
This is his way of not sinking to her level. This is him being above her. Remember that. This is him taking his power back.
And then you
Try
sent it to
writing
get
one word
repaired
at a time.
after you got it back.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then how long did it take them to repair that car?
I can't recall.
Like weeks or days?
Like I said, I can't recall. I can't tell you a definitive time.
Trina K, come on now.
Did you have to have a rental car during that time?
I borrowed a friend's car.
Okay.
I don't get it, Ashley. Explain it to me. I'm getting tired. My brain's not fully cooperating again.
At what point
To Lori, it
did
does.
you decide that the Jeep was gray and not puke green or camo green?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Did you provide information to the Gilbert Police Department that it was a gray Jeep?
You guys think they're gonna get to cross again? Because since those doors were literally opened, Trina K could just end this with everything when she's done.
I believe I referred to it as several different colors throughout conversations I had with law enforcement.
Okay. And where did you get your information from the VIN number?
It would literally be the end for Lori, but the beginning of the end for Melanie.
That it was actually a gray Jeep?
I did not.
Where did you get the information that it was a gray Jeep?
Later, at some point, I decided I thought maybe it was gray.
Bad word.
Later, at what point?
You never want to say I
can't say for certain.
decided.
A month later?
To
2
me,
days
to me,
later?
puke green and gray are very similar in color. I identify both of them very similarly.
But when did you change your mind from puke green or olive green to gray?
Like I said, I didn't say that I changed my mind.
So in all the reports, they say a gray Jeep. No one ever says a green Jeep. So that information did not come from you?
I can't say what the reports say. I can only share what I can testify to, which is that to me, those colors are very similar or the same.
So with you having access to the VIN number of a particular Jeep, would it give you the color of the car?
I never looked at it, so I can't tell you.
You never looked up that VIN number?
I never looked to see if it gave me a color.
Do you know if that's a thing that you can look up the VIN number and see the make and model and color of a car?
I can't testify to the ability to look that up. That's not something I'm an expert in.
And you
Trina K, do your damn job. They asked and answered 20 times over. Do your job. And I get it now, Ashley. It took me quite a few minutes, but I get it now.
have never done that.
Tried to look up a car color by the VIN number?
No, that you've never looked up that specific VIN number to that Jeep. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Can you give me some context?
Yes. So after October 2nd, did you ever look up the VIN number that you had access to of the Jeep Wrangler that was in my household?
Flood the chat with objections, you guys.
So did you just provide the VIN number to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
And when did you provide the VIN number of my vehicle to Detective Pillar?
I think on October 2nd. I'm not certain, but I think that's when I gave to him.
This is him taking his power
So on
back.
this day, on October 2nd, you provided that VIN number to the detective?
Mm-hmm.
I think at some point, if I recall correctly, I remembered that I had it, so I got it and sent it to him just to make sure that he had it.
You know that one TV show where the the little girl does the talent show, and she said, Trisha, this one's for you. This is that moment for him. But on a much more massive scale.
So at that point, even though you thought it was a puke green or olive Jeep, he would have access to the information that it was actually a gray Jeep that was in my family household. Is that correct?
I can't testify what he had access to.
Trina K, come on. Sorry, I make jokes when I'm nervous.
But you provided him with that information that very day?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
So many
Brandon, did you know of Alex
palpitations.
being an avid shooter?
I knew that Alex liked to shoot guns.
Did you know that Alex liked to frequent the shooting range?
I didn't talk to Alex a lot about that, so I can't testify whether he liked to or not liked to.
But you knew.
Now, Lori, listen. We already know that you blamed 46 other people. But what does this have to do with you? We already know about what they did. But what are you trying to disprove here? That's right, she's not. She don't care. She gives no.
Knew through the family that he did go to the range a lot?
I mean, I can't testify. Like I said, I can't testify to whether or not I knew that he liked to go to the gun range.
Did you ever go to the gun range where he was there?
It was her brother. Under guise of protecting her, Chad had given him, in his mind, a spiritual mission. He was to protect Lori at all costs. I'm not even kidding you guys. That was the blessing he gave him. So whoever she came to him with the problem, it was his job to take care of it. And this time, she decided it was Brandon.
I did not.
Allegedly.
Did you ever go to the gun range and anyone in my immediate family with them?
Can you define your immediate family?
Well, my brothers, sisters.
It's like saying, but I didn't pull the trigger, did I? That's kind of what she's doing here.
I don't recall going to the gun range with your brothers or sisters.
Hi,
Did
Mila.
you ever go to the gun range?
About freaking time.
Why is it relevant if he went to the gun range?
Do you own a gun, Mr. Boudreaux?
I guess it's sustained.
I didn't even think of that. That would make this feel 10 times worse. If he himself went with Alex Cox to the gun range, he practiced with him and then he used it on him?
Overruled, you can answer.
I do own guns now, yes.
Did you own a gun on October 2nd?
You're brilliant, Zoe.
I did not own a gun on
Brilliant.
October 2nd.
You did not have any kind of gun in your possession on October 2nd?
I did not.
Did Melanie own a gun?
She did.
It was registered to Melanie, not to you?
She bought it, correct.
Back to her niece. I can't make this shit up, you guys.
When you say that you provided the VIN number to Detective Pillar, was that later in the day after the police had already left, or was it while he was still at the scene?
I believe it was after he left, but I'm not certain.
But remember, we all know her niece isn't innocent. She's just saying, you gotta remember, she no longer has to confess her sins. She's above that now, remember?
So how would you have gotten him that information?
but Melanie
Would
does.
have probably been through one of my friend's phones because he took my phone when he left.
So would it have been an email or a text message?
I believe it was a phone call,
A phone call.
but I'm not certain, like I said.
And at that time, you had handed over your phone to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
When did you get your phone back?
Thank you.
It was late that night. I believe he had to give it to somebody who, I'm not a police officer, so I'm going to probably say this wrong, but they had to copy everything off of it, and it takes however long it takes. And so I turned it over, and then I just waited until that was done. And apparently I had a lot of stuff on that phone, so it took a long time.
This is exhausting and traumatizing in a kind of way that you're so exhausted you won't be able to sleep because you'll have nightmares. Thank
A
you.
long time, meaning a day, 2 days, 6 days?
Who decided to testify that night?
Sustained.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You had it back that night.
I actually, as I think about it, it may have even been in the morning that I went back and picked it up.
He's
I'm
looked
not
like
certain
that the whole
It was
time.
either late that night, or it might have been in that morning, because I think I didn't have my phone that night.
Okay. Did you go buy another phone in the meantime?
No,
You just waited for it to be returned to you?
yeah, it seemed like the most logical thing to do.
He's literally looked like that since he first got onto the stand. He does. You could tell
Did
he's not
Melanie
sleeping.
provide information to you that she was going to be out of town that weekend before October 2nd?
She did.
Right?
And was that the first time that that weekend of October 2nd, or those weekdays, I guess it was weekdays at that point, is that the first time that you activated the mediation agreement where the children were with you at the new house?
To make it abundantly clear, he in a way is facing his worst fear, but by force, but he's still doing it.
We were following our mediated agreement throughout the summer. However, that was the first time that I had a space where we both felt like the kids could move freely and be kids. So it was the first time that they got to come and spend time and
Worded
enjoy
different.
it. They previously had stayed at my house, but I had to be very careful. It's an expensive house, and it had to be show ready. Someone could come at any time.
Because she is now introducing the pure fact third suspect theory, just like Brian Kohlberger, like his attorneys are trying to do right now, except she's doing it in the middle of a trial. Not only is she suggesting it, she's outright named her niece. So that opened the door, and it does open the door. He already found relevancy in all of her other cases. Yeah, he is doing amazing. This man was forced to face his biggest fear with her, and he's taken his power back, but he was forced to do it though too. This is not right. Like I said, I want to know what law or what right it is that we need to have taken away and abolished because of this. She does not need to have this right. She's already got several life sentences. Why does she get the right to continue to do this, you know? That's what I don't understand.
So what day was it that the kids started being with you on your visitation before October 2nd?
Never should have had to.
Something?
No, it would have happened the day that she left, I believe. I mean, I haven't reviewed this, and it's been a long time, so I believe it would have been like a Thursday or Friday that I got the kids, and I had them over the weekend, and then until I did the drop off on October 2nd.
And what day of the week was October 2nd? I'm not sure I know. Do you remember?
I believe it would have been a Wednesday based off of our parenting schedule.
Okay. So on Wednesday's the day that you would have turned the kids over, they'd have gone to school and Melanie would have picked them up. Is that correct?
Correct.
He's such a good dad.
And
Their
That
poor kids will
morning-
hear this one day.
had you talked to Melanie in the morning before school at all?
She and I only communicated through text.
Did you communicate with her through text that morning before school?
I texted her to let her know that I was dropping the kids off.
And then you had to have some kind of text messaging to let her know you were there to drop off Breeze, right?
Correct.
Please
You met at the
don't.
park for that.
Please don't bring up his children's name all familiar. You're no longer familiar to them.
Is that correct?
Correct.
You forfeited that.
And then you went straight to the gym after dropping off Blake. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's about how far from Melanie's house to the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
And then how far is that to your residence from the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
So when you were driving down your street, when you turned onto your street, did you see anyone else out in the neighborhood?
I did not.
No one out walking or anything that you noticed?
Not that I noticed.
And when you drove away over by the pool area, was there anyone out in that location?
Not that I noticed.
Hopefully soon.
How many cars would you say were parked on your street, on the Phelps Street that morning?
For
There were
his
2
sake.
that I noticed. I couldn't tell you how many other cars were parked on the street.
Not in Lori's mind. She thinks she has her you can't handle the truth moment.
But it's kind of a crowded street, so people do park on the street there that live in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
I have never testified to that. I can't recall.
But like I said earlier, Canada, Mexico, keep an eye on your borders. Melanie's,
And you had lived into this same neighborhood previously, is that correct?
Not this portion of the neighborhood, no.
Well, one neighborhood over on the same street, right?
I did live on a previously I did live on the neighborhood over on the same street.
So you're familiar with that neighborhood anyway, even though you only lived at this house for a short time, is that correct?
I would not agree with that. This is a different section I didn't go to.
You don't gotta say in my opinion. I put it up top so everyone knows that this is currently everything is our opinion. I know. And Trina K, I can understand the mindset. She's like, why bother? Because. But at the same time, that is why. That is the because. He is the because. That's why she should still be objection.
'Cause
It's
there's
supposed to be for him.
No availability to go from that neighborhood to that neighborhood, even though it's the same street, is that correct?
You can't drive. It's not connected in driving.
Correct. But literally, that house to that house is only like 10 houses away, really.
Can you give me context? Which houses are you talking about?
I'm just saying, your rental house from the house you owned earlier on Phelps Street is really only about 10 houses away, even though there's a divider and no access to drive straight over.
Yeah, I've never counted how many houses, but it is a short distance between those 2 houses.
And you guys lived in that house for a long time before you moved, right? A few years.
About time. Wondering if you still had a pulse, Trina K. Yeah, she's testifying. She really is Cindy Lou.
Brandon, when you were providing all of this information to Detective Pillar in regards to your relationship with Melanie, were you trying to have him charge Melanie with your murder?
Object to relevance.
Sustain.
We're at
No more
50.
questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Here we go. Will Trina K step into the open door right now? My heart.
I'm going to start by talking to you about June 25th, okay? Why did that date stick in your mind?
Oh shit.
It was a painful date.
You can get closer to your mic.
It was a painful date.
Why was it a painful day? Why did that stick
I just want to issue a trigger warning massively.
in your mind?
My grandfather was someone who was really important to me, and I was dealing with, sudden loss is traumatic. So I was dealing with that, and my family is the most important thing in this world to me. And so the dissolving of my family was probably one of the most painful things that I've gone through as a person. And that date is the start of the dissolving of my family.
Okay. So when you are talking with Melanie, was the focus of that argument about your marriage?
Yes.
And during that argument, did you and Melanie discuss issues within your marriage?
Yes.
And during that, did Melanie bring up reasons why the marriage was over?
Yes.
Did any of those reasons involve things that Melanie claimed you did to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes.
So one of the reasons why the marriage was going to end was because of this defendant, Lori Vallow, things that she said you had done to her.
Yes.
Did that include the idea that you had hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Yes.
So that's something that Melanie was bringing up to you during this argument about the end of your marriage.
Yes.
Did the issue of you helping Charles Vallow try to take away Lori's temple recommend also come up?
Yes.
So again, your marriage and reasons why it's ending tied to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Is that why you sent those text messages to Lori about the temple recommend, that you had nothing to do with trying to take that away?
Yes.
You told her that was a lie.
Yeah.
During that argument, ultimately, did Melanie say that she just wanted to end the marriage?
Yes.
Prior to June 25th, did you think that you were about to get divorced?
No, I had no, there was no thought in my mind that was going to be an outcome.
And then all of a sudden on June 25th, you start hearing about things that you've done to Lori Vallow. That is why your marriage should end.
Yes.
Was it your belief, based upon your conversations with Melanie and with Charles Vallow, that Lori Vallow was involved in causing your divorce?
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you about your interview with Detective Pillar on October 2nd of 2019, okay? Have you tried to memorize your transcript?
No, we talked for a while, so it would be a lot to try to memorize. No.
When we met, you listened to it again.
Yes, that was the first time I had heard it.
You have been asked by the defendant to read various parts of your transcript. Are you having difficulty recalling what happened to you that day with the Jeep?
No.
Were you trying to verify the specific words that you were telling Detective Pillar during that interview?
Yeah, I think it's important for me to to be honest and be thorough. So I wanted to make sure that I was thorough in what I was responding.
Can you tell us from your own memory what the Jeep looked like?
Yes.
What did it look like?
Like I described it that day, a puke green or a gray Jeep with no tire on the back, with a Texas plate.
Did you tell him that it was a Jeep Wrangler?
I did, yes.
How many doors did it have?
2-door.
That what you recall?
That's everything that I recall.
Is that what it was?
I believe that's what it is, yes.
And when you talk to us about what you saw happen, is that because you listened to an interview or your own independent memory of what happened?
Those are my memories.
So whether or not you used X word or Y word, do you remember that the back of the Jeep window lifted up and a rifle barrel came out and pointed at you and shot your car?
Yes, I'm certain that's what happened.
There were some questions about kids. You were given some portion of a transcript. At one point, are you talking to Detective Pillar about calling 911?
Yes, I was explaining the dispatcher.
When you were talking to the 911 operator, do you mention to her that you think maybe someone was using a paintball gun?
Yes, I did.
When your
want it
car
to be
was
true.
hit and a bullet didn't go through the window, were you trying to figure out how that was possible?
Yes,
Did you later realize that it wasn't a paintball gun that hit your car?
yeah, as I stated, I was certain once I saw the bullet hole in my car that the same reason I called 911 originally, that someone had shot at me, and it was definitely a gun, and it was definitely, they were trying to kill me.
So why did you?
He was trying to reason away that it wasn't someone trying to end his life because he didn't want it to be that.
You call 911?
Because I believe in following the law.
Did you think that you'd been shot?
Yes, and I wanted protection. I wanted to feel safe.
Okay. When you saw that bullet hole in your car and no paint on your car, what went through your head?
I think, like I said, it's a really scary thought because up until then, I think you want to feel safe. And so I was trying, my window was broken, but I didn't see a bullet hole. And I was trying to think of something to make myself feel maybe safer. And when I saw that, I knew that there was no other option than that someone just shot at me and they were meaning to kill me. There's no other logical explanation for why that would have happened.
When you were driving back to your house and
Yeah.
from the pool area, you told us that you saw the Jeep going up Cole sort of in your direction initially, correct?
He just got a fresh water.
Correct.
And then you saw the Jeep turn right onto Waite,
Correct.
and you could see across that field, and then you saw it turn south onto Fisher.
Correct.
So you were asked about why would you return home? Did you actually see the Jeep sort of leave?
Yes, and that's why I turned around.
Did you in fact follow that same direction so you could see if the Jeep was still on Fisher?
Yes,
Did you see it on Fisher?
I did not.
When you turned onto Phelps, did you look down the street and see if you saw the Jeep?
I did not see it on Phelps.
So by then you knew the only other way it could go would be now into Fairview?
Correct. And I believe I told the person on dispatch that I had believed you went out onto Pecos.
And that's because that's the only way you can go from there, right?
Correct. I just wanted them to know there was only 2 exits.
The victim, Brandon Bordeaux.
When you got back into your driveway, you were still on with 911, right? We heard that.
I was, yes.
Were you thinking about, oh no, if the door opens, the glass might fall out?
You're welcome.
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Were you trying to talk with the 911 operator and keep yourself under control?
Yeah, I was trying.
Her co-counsel just gave her the tissue box to dry her eyes. Give me a flippin' break. Her heart is already as cold as ice. I mean, I got nothing.
I was trying to make sure that I gave them all the information they needed.
Were you trying to watch and document how the glass might have fallen out of the window when the door opened?
No, I actually was surprised when it fell because it wasn't something I was expecting.
I'm gonna make her red too.
Same thing when
okay?
you were up by the pool. Were you thinking rational enough as you're talking on the phone with the 911 operator about someone just shooting at you to think, oh, I should make sure that I take a photo of this Jeep?
No, if you recall, I was a little out of breath, and I was very nervous. That's a nerve-wracking experience.
Is that when we
Thank you so much, Kat. And I bet that I was losing my mind. Totally makes sense now.
heard you actually almost like panting, like you had been running?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you,
And-
LT.
Do you wish you'd seen the driver?
Of course, I wish that my Tesla camera worked. I wish a lot of things.
But you didn't.
I
Thank
did not.
you.
You were asked a lot about this VIN for vehicles. When you are given a VIN number,
Thank you.
does that mean you get to see the car? Does that have anything to do with a visual of the vehicle?
No, it's just a number that identifies cars.
So in your use of a VIN number to look up car insurance, did you care the color or the accessories on a vehicle?
I mean, an insurance company might, but I mean, you have to think they had multiple cars. I had to take all those VIN numbers, put them in, and then you go run it through a software, and it tells you who's going to give them the best price. So I wouldn't have been paying much attention to any of those details. I
Prosecutor Trina K.
can't even recall what any of them were on the cars.
So you're just putting in the VIN numbers to see who might pop up the best insurance rate.
Yes.
The judge is just sitting there chilling. Ten. You mean there or
Asked a lot
here?
about communications with Detective
Confusing
Fuller.
myself.
Did you know him before this?
No, I met him that day.
Was he the assigned case agent for your case?
Good night, LT. Thanks for dropping in. Sweet dreams. We're behind. They ended for the day. We're running behind because we had to cram 2 trials in today. We had Karen Reed. Then we had yesterday's day 1 of Lori Daybell, and now day 2.
Yes, he was.
So that's the person you were supposed to communicate with about your case?
Yes.
You're welcome. We're
You were
pulling a
asked
double
about
today.
having a large amount of text messages or phone calls or emails with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that all of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were not just about
That
this
too.
case?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that some of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were in relation to a completely separate investigation?
That is correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you tell Detective Pillar that you believed Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved or responsible for this shooting?
Yes, I did.
So this is before you had access to VIN numbers or anything else.
That's correct.
While you were still sitting there being told by the police not to leave, Detective Pillar comes over and takes you away from sitting under the shade, brings you to his car, and interviews you.
Yes.
And you tell him that.
Yes.
Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the family.
So even if Melanie
I appreciate
had
it.
some financial gain in if you had died, did that change your opinion at all that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in this shooting of you on October 2nd of 2019?
No.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? All right, seeing none, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
You did phenomenal, Brandon. We are so friggin' proud of you. And I am so sorry you had to do all that. He smiled to his wife. I felt the weight lift off of him when he saw her. When he was right by her again, it just felt like it floated off. Mm-hmm.
All right, sir, come on up and
He
be
did,
sworn
yes.
in right here.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand, please.
He's like the size of Jason Momoa. Yeah, he had someone waiting for him. He wasn't going home alone after she's there. He took his power back, and he has someone he loves. I know, right? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. If she doesn't say it, I'll rewind it. Never mind, you guys are awesome. Thank you, Mama Bear. From Gilbert. We already adopted him. He's our cousin. We collectively took a vote and we said, yes, we adopt him into our family. He's a cousin. He's our cousin now. Wouldn't that be some shit if she was so prepared for that door being open that she had the Idaho cop on standby? Child, what are you doing? Mila, come on out. Mila McLeana, get out here. She's getting testy. Sorry.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
And I want to talk to you about an incident that occurred in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019 involving Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox, okay? At that date, did you go to Lori Vallow's residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Drive in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I did.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table, blonde hair and a gray sport jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Did she legit have him on standby? Okay, so you don't have any husbands in the Karen Reed case, right? So this is your literal second husband. I'm just making sure we got specifics ironed out.
So,
You were at that residence. Were photographs taken of the vehicles?
yes, they were.
Was there a 2018 Jeep Wrangler located in the garage of Lori Vallow's residence?
Yes, there was.
Okay, you got it. Did anybody else feel that levity to the air once he got to that seat and looked at his wife and smiled? Does anybody feel like a weight was just lifted, or an oppression even was just lifted? It's like somebody was like standing on my chest or something. Look at us, a room full of empaths.
Defendant exhibits 81 through.
I know that changed it, didn't it? Not completely, but it made it more a light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. Now he can have, well, not just yet, after the verdict, he can have his fresh start. He could start healing. But he should have never been put through that. That should not have been allowed. Trina K., I am so freaking disappointed in you.
Do you recognize those as photographs of that Jeep Wrangler from Lori Vallo's residence in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I do.
State will move to admit 81 through 89.
I gotta stand up for a couple minutes. My leg is cramping. I'm still here,
I'm
though.
objecting. Could we have a sidebar on that, Your Honor?
Are you effing kidding me? No, you cannot have a sidebar. They already gave you too much. Ow. Sidebars are done through headsets, guys, in this case. I'm like getting a Charlie horse. Something. I feel like Bev just said, okay, jurors, if you want to stand up and have a little stretch. I can't do no more in Hancock, though. Okay. Hold on. I need to get one that's not a tripod to hold this up. She's a convicted murderer. Yeah, I was just drinking. I almost drank the whole thing today. I've been slipping on drinking water. You're right. I absolutely love you guys. It's like Lori just sucked us into her not just her horror show, but her shit show, honestly. Like, she brought us all into that. But the audacity she had to get the tissues handed to her and for her to dry her eyes and dry her nose. You don't get that. We got to figure out what right it is she had to be able to ask him all the questions the way she did. Is there anybody that feels when you're a convicted unaliver and you have several life sentences that those kind of rights right there should be forfeit? I extend my legs. This is crazy. It's like a muscle cramp. Ow. We need to figure out what it is so we can maybe do some research I don't know, maybe see if anyone supports this and do some kind of change.org or something just to get somebody's attention that will do something. Ow. We need to make a lawyer friend. Yeah, I just got up and stretched a little bit. Well, I didn't really stretch. That's no exaggeration. That'd be extra effort. I stood up and stood up. I should cut my legs. I do too. I'm 100% with you on that. I felt the same way with Daryl Brooks when he was questioning people that were seriously injured or their family members weren't alive. That was complete bullshit too. But I think His Honor, I'm no longer going to give him a picture with the Time magazine thingy because he should have stopped that shit show and he didn't. But then here's the other question though. Could he only have stopped it if the prosecution called for it? Can you explain what happens if they open the door to telling the jury about her convictions? Well, it'll be a lot of appeals, but after that, it'll essentially be the jury won't have to find out through the trial that she's not a good person, that she's done some stuff. Essentially, this is just telling the jury without telling, Any doubt they had that she wasn't capable of this would be blown out the water. That's what I'm not 100% sure I understand yet, but she was saying that she lost her last trial because the judge wouldn't let in her prior convictions. And that she wanted them brought in. And I think that's because she wanted someone else to blame. Just like she blamed Tylee, saying Tylee ended JJ's life and then her own. That it wasn't any of them that did it. Well, Daryl Brooks is now on an appeal, and he fired his lawyer, so he's representing himself again. This should be
The state will
entertaining.
move to admit 81 through 89.
Without waiving any objection by the defendant, those exhibits are admitted.
So
He just waived any objection by the defendant. Yes, I swear. He fired, and he's no longer in Wisconsin. He's now in, I think it's North Dakota for safety reasons. And he fired his attorney, and now he's representing himself. And he did so virtually. I'm pretty sure I made a video of it. But if not, it's all over. I shit you not.
detective, were photographs taken of the vehicles at this residence on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
And inside the garage itself, did the Chandler police photograph a Jeep Wrangler?
We did.
What are you doing?
I'm going to put, so exhibit 81 and 80, are we seeing sort of a side, and then 82 the front of that Jeep?
Yes.
When we get to 83, just let me pull it back a little more.
Really good teal.
And then a close-up, is that the license plate that was on the Jeep at Lori Vallo's house on July 11th with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
And 85 as well. And it's not shown as well. Can I have my paralegal just take one of these up there?
Yes.
85. Looking at the photos without the glare of the Almo, were you able to kind of see into the vehicle through the tint?
You can slightly see into that, yes.
Okay. And so, for instance, you could see shapes like the seats and things like that through the tint.
Correct.
Okay. I'll take that back. Thank you.
You want another twist in case you didn't know this? That Jeep that Alex took used to belong to her daughter, Tylee. Lori's daughter, Tylee. That she is convicted of unaliving. Another possibility to set her up.
No, it doesn't show as well when we're looking at it on the Elmo with the glare, but even in Exhibit 86, we can see, for instance, the seat back through that rear window.
Can you be a little more specific?
Yeah, yes.
Also, on the front of that vehicle,
You mean the paint
the
job?
Jeep was there.
Hi, Butterfly. How are
Sticker
you?
right in the corner.
There was, yes.
And again, when we look at 88, you're able to see through the Jeep into the back.
You can see through the Jeep towards the back of the garage there, yes.
Okay. And then that's the side of the,
Yeah,
let me pull out of the Jeep.
but I
on
imagine
Exhibit
they're going to go
89.
further with it.
Correct.
Now, when you were at the residence on July 11th, was Alexander Cox also present?
He was.
And did he have a vehicle at that residence when you were there on July 11th?
Hi,
He did. He had a
Tina.
Ford pickup truck.
And was that a 2017 Ford F-150?
Yes.
And you previously had looked at those photos, exhibits 90 through 92. The state will move to admit those.
But I'm calling you Butterfly now, right?
There, without waiving objection.
He just waived our objections.
Was Alexander Cox's truck located in the driveway of the residence?
Yes, it was.
And is this what we see here in Exhibit 90?
It is.
Exhibit 91, is that sort of show the side of the vehicle?
The passenger side, yes.
And then
I am,
a further
thank
away in
you.
Exhibit 92?
Hope you
Yeah,
are
from a front view
too.
of the passenger side.
Did you, in being at that residence on July 11th, note that the Ford F-150 had an
That's
Arizona
correct.
license plate, personalized one of CPQUINT?
That is correct.
At that time, did you learn Alex Cox's cell phone number was 480-351-9120?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that Lori Vallow had a cell phone number of 808-755-5452?
Correct.
And did you later learn that Lori Vallow had another cell phone number of 429?
Yes.
Did you
Forget
Never
about
obtained-
me, Mr. Duplicity. I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner. That was just for me to wake you guys up in case you were falling asleep.
a search warrant for an iCloud account that was associated to Lori Vallow for loriforstyle@icloud.com?
I did.
Can you tell us how you were able to determine that that was associated to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the phone number that is associated with the subscriber was a phone number linked to the defendant. In
I cannot believe I just did
examining the
that.
content of that iCloud, I was able to locate photographs, videos, text messages, and emails, all linking the defendant to that iCloud.
What is
You guys gotta remember, this is a lot of darkness. You gotta shine a little light in.
an iCloud account?
So basically, an iCloud account, to put it simply, is a cloud account for Apple users. So anybody who's using an Apple device has the ability to store or back up data from their device to the cloud.
And that's nightmare inducing.
So when you obtained those iCloud records, did you get an affidavit authenticating those from Apple?
I did.
Show the defendant.
Should I do the collagen or the vitamin C night mask? One's for dullness, one's for smooth and firm skin. Pick.
Did you review and look through all of those iCloud records?
Yes, I did.
In those records, did you see messages, text messages, or sometimes referred to as SMS messages between
That's what
Alex
she
Cox
said,
and
Cindy
Lori
Lou.
Vallow?
I did.
Did you ever see any mention of, between those text messages, Lori Vallow providing her brother Alex Cox with an email or Gmail account address?
Yes, I did.
Keeping y'all awake.
And if I can have my paralegal approach,
Okay, I will make that sticker tonight. Before bed, I will make it.
with 184 and 185.
Whatever other ones I have to make, though, message me because I'm going to forget.
Is 184 the affidavit that was provided as part of that search warrant that you obtained for the Lori for Style at iCloud?
Crap.
Yes, it is.
And is 185 the text messages that you just spoke about relating to the conversation between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, where the email address is requested?
Yes, and that context or that communication is through phone.
Through phone. State will move to admit Exhibit 184 and 185.
I like this, and it just flung on my mirror.
Just object to relevance, Your Honor.
The fuck?
184, 185 are admitted.
I'm so sorry, it slipped out. Thank you, Cindy Lou. Thank you.
So in 185 here,
Oh my god. I freaking love you guys.
is this sort of a report that's created to pull out these specific messages between the phone for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
Do we see on here that the source is the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
Is this time and date for when this occurred?
Yes, so the time you see there is 3/10/2019 at 7:50 p.m. And the UTC -7 means that it has been adjusted to Arizona time.
Okay. And so on this one, we see that this is from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
And that's one of the phone numbers that you previously testified to that you learned belonged to Lori Vallow.
Yes.
And that was
We're going to use the Medicube, PDRN, Pink Collagen, Exosome shots. This is like microneedling in a bottle, liquid.
one of the phone numbers that was in this iCloud account as being hers.
Yes.
So in this,
Put it on my
do we
forehead.
see Alex Cox then requesting from Lori Vallow, hey, Lo, what's your new address?
You do?
And then does he, a little bit later, I guess, clarify email address?
Yes.
And then in the third line, do we see now from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox?
You guys think we can get to 100K likes? We've had a long day. I'm pulling a double, triple.
March 10th of 2019 at 8:07 p.m.,
Triple.
where she gives a lollytimeforever@gmail.com.
Correct.
I still can't believe all that happened.
When you were reviewing that
Hi,
iCloud
Ethan.
account,
How are you?
you told us that a lot of different data is saved there. When someone has a cell phone and is having text messages coming in and out, or you're sending them out, are those some of the things that can be saved in an iCloud account?
Yes, they.
Ethan, if you didn't watch today's trial for Lori Daybell, make sure you go back and watch it. Trust me.
Yeah.
In this case, did you recall seeing text messages between or from Brandon Boudreau to Lori Vallow in her iCloud account?
I did.
Did those records reflect whether or not those messages were read or not?
They do, yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 186. Do you recognize those as text messages from Brandon Boudreau to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
I do.
And do they reflect that Lori Vallow read those?
It does show a red date on there, yes.
State will move to admit 186.
I really should have used my headband.
Foundation objection, Your Honor.
You don't get objections.
The fact that, I don't know, foundation objection.
What objection? And she says, I don't know. Foundation.
If I may put that. So when we are looking at this, is this another sort of report made where you can pull out specific messages that are part of the hundreds or thousands of text messages that might have been saved in that iCloud account?
Yes, it
The thing, though, is she didn't know. She said, I don't know.
is.
So again, as we're looking at this, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, where we see it's to her, correct?
Correct.
And again, we see the Lori for Style at iCloud.
Yes.
And so the date of June 25th of 2019 at 6:46 p.m.
Correct.
And we see here a message. Can you tell us what that message was?
This is the content of the message. It was Brandon sending Lori a message also indicating that he had sent the same message to Charles as well about being accused of having or being involved in taking her temple recommend from her.
And does this show that Lori Vallow read that on June 25th at 8:19:57 p.m.?
It does.
Did you see additional messages from Brandon Boudreau as the evening wore on to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
The next one being at 9:10 p.m.
Yes.
And does that show that that was read by Lori Vallow at 10:08 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the final message sent by Brandon Boudreau at 9:12 p.m.
Correct.
And that was read at 10:08.
Yes.
Did you ever see any responses in the iCloud accounts from Lori Vallow back to Brandon Boudreau with regards to this conversation?
I did not, no.
Did you ever learn that Alex Cox had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did you ever
Thank you,
learn that
Miss
Lori
Nikki.
Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account, Lollytime at iCloud, that was associated to Lori Vallow?
I did.
How did you?
We are one subscription away from our goal of 111, guys. Just one.
You associate the Lollytime account to Lori Vallow?
Very similar
Good
to the Lori
evening.
for Style.
How are
There
you?
was a phone number associated in the subscriber information that was linked to her, as well as looking at the content of the iCloud. There was emails, messages, videos, and pictures that would link that to her.
Was that Lollytime at iCloud account associated to one of Lori's cell phone numbers, the 480-692-9542 number?
Yes,
Thank you for getting an
In that
85K, guys.
iCloud account, did you see photographs of Lori Vallow and her wedding with Chad Daybell in Hawaii?
I did.
Was that in November of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Like the other iCloud account, did you receive an affidavit authenticating those records?
I did.
As part of the iCloud records, we talked about text messages. Did the iCloud accounts also contain emails that were saved in the lollytime@icloud.com account?
There were emails, yes.
Did you note any emails between August 14th and October 1st that indicated that Lori Vallow had moved back to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did those text messages show her scheduling to see a unit at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
They did.
Did they also show her emailing her payment to Blue Sky Properties Management Company for 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, it did.
If I can have my paralegal approach.
Please tell me it did not catch fire, Catnip. Please tell me it did not catch fire.
187 and 188.
You forgot your phone plug. You forgot your food on the stove. You're like me now. I'm rubbing off on you. Not like that. Man, this trial and everything today has been so many ups and downs. Like, I don't even know which way is actually up right now. Like, we've gone through every emotion today.
This witness, Your Honor. So 187 was that the affidavit that was sent in relation to the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes, it was.
And 188 is that a report of some of those emails that were saved in that Lolly Time iCloud account relating to that time period and Rexburg, Idaho, and the Blue Sky properties.
Yes, it is.
State will move to admit 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? I have a question on that.
He cannot give you
Why
the
don't we go
choice.
take our recess for the jury. We'll recess for approximately 15 minutes and then we'll take a
Hate it when it's too close to my lips. What about her hair? Yeah, I totally went over my head. How long have we been live today? This is our overtime day.
Whoops. Was it at 187 and 188?
Yes, 187 and 188.
All right, what was the issue?
I just had a question on foundation. Did Detective Duncan say that he did the extraction? I must have missed that. I don't want to keep making the same objection if he did testify to that. That he did the extraction himself?
It's not an extraction. iCloud sends the records.
It was an extraction from a phone or a device.
Idiot.
It was in response to a search warrant subpoena, right?
So they just send over the whole account? And they sent it directly to Detective Duncan? That's what I'm trying to find out. He's the person that got this
Right.
information?
I guess ask some follow-up on how he gets this information when the jury comes back in. And then they'll likely be admitted. All right, everyone take a break.
You gotta remember, she's an experienced trial lawyer now.
All right.
Exactly. No matter what, folks, never represent yourself. Otherwise, you got a fool for a damn client. But she's intelligent in a scary way. And a fool at the same damn time. Like I've said 500 times today, I cannot make this shit up. Patience with parameters. Success.
And again, so we can see that on the 25th, we now are getting a receipt that was sent to her email from the Hampton Inn and Suites Rexburg.
Correct.
And again, that's sent to the Lollytime iCloud account.
Yes,
So it appeared to be,
Exactly.
when she checked out, the receipt being mailed to her.
correct.
And then again, that same day, sort of another email, again from the Hampton Inn and Suites in Rexburg, sort of thanking her for choosing them.
Sure.
Did you then see on, let me open this up so we can see the date better. August 26th of 2019, again from that Blue Sky Property Management to the Lollytime to sign your lease for Blue Sky Property Management.
Yes, you
It has
do.
a portal for her to go to.
Yes, you do.
I just want to say thank you so much, you guys. I know some of you have been with me for the full 13 hours today, and you've been tapping that whole damn time. I want you to know how much I appreciate that. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. Starting to lose my voice a little bit there. But you have to admit, today did fly by.
And then again, more on the 26th of August, did you see more sort of the portal account is active for that Blue Sky Management?
Correct.
On October 26th, then at 11:44 a.m., again from that Blue Sky Property Management, do we see an email to the Lollytime iCloud thanking her for her payment?
It was August
I'm
26th.
sorry, August 26th of 2019, thanking her for the payment.
Yes, you do.
We need to make a t-shirt, Proud True Crime Geek, because I'm a total geek. So Proud True Crime Geek, 100%.
And then did you also see another email from, again, the Blue Sky Property Management, this one from October 1st, again to the Lollytime, again thanking her for the payment?
Correct.
I really need to get hooked
As
up with
part of
somebody that can
your-
make us shirts.
Work as a police officer,
Thank
were you
you, Mamma Mia.
also responsible for
Thank you.
executing a search warrant to obtain phone records for a 515-402-0143?
Yes, I was.
When you were reviewing the Lollytime at iCloud.com account, did you see text messages between Lori Ballo and that phone number, 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
Were those text messages romantic in nature often?
They were.
Did you ever, as a police officer, come into possession of a recording of Chad Daybell using the phone number 515?
That recording, he actually provided that number as his number.
So, to your understanding, who was the person using the phone number 515-402-0143?
Chad Daybell.
And so then when you executed or you wrote a search warrant to obtain those phone records,
Yes, I did.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm sorry my voice keeps cracking. Actually, we're on our 13th hour.
Paralegal approach with exhibit 181.
We had time to make up because the power the tower went down yesterday, so we missed part of day one. So we had to get it all in. I keep my word.
Do you recognize those records that we see there from AT&T for the
I appreciate it.
515-402-0143?
Yes, that affidavit, yes.
So there's an affidavit from AT&T. Does it also contain some printout of the call detail records surrounding the time period of October 1st and 2nd.
Yes, it does.
And does
10
it
a.m.
also contain a thumb drive of all of the records?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit 181.
Objection?
Just to the foundation again, if this was an actual phone extraction or if this isn't an iCloud extraction, is that correct?
Listen, Lori, listen. You wanted to open the 56 million doors. You have no right to object, in my opinion. Not one whatsoever.
You can cross him if you want to explore that.
Yes.
Exhibits admitted.
Just
Yeah,
to
I'm
clarify,
Central Time.
Detective, these records here in 181, these are phone records.
And that's one of the things I looked forward to with doing two of these trials at once, was because I've missed my night people. I've really missed you guys too.
Cell site data, call detail records from AT&T relating to that phone number.
Yes, we'd refer to them as call data records. Without having the device in our hand, and just having a phone number, we would author a search warrant to that provider to ask them for what's called call detail records, which includes phone calls, text messages, cell tower data for a specific time.
Okay, I need you guys to take a vote. Should I make a nighttime crew or nighttime? Shit, I lost it. Give me a minute.
Now, when we talk about text messages or call records, it doesn't,
Nighttime crew or nighttime tribe? Because we'll have quite a while of this still. We have all next week of this. So we need a sticker for this moment. Nighttime crew, nighttime crew. Let's do a vote. Do we want nighttime crew? Nighttime crew is tap the smile face. If you want nighttime tribe, the cry face. Well, let's see whichever one of this one's first.
have the recordings of the calls, right?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have like the text messages, right?
No, it does not.
Just shows that when calls were made, the dates and times,
Correct.
when text messages may have been made, dates and times, as well as like what cell towers may have been used by the phone.
That is correct.
So
I know more than 9 of you can hit the smile or cry face. This is a big moment we're deciding here.
that's what you're asking for when you issue a search warrant.
You are brilliant. We could just be the graveyard shift. Okay, so do we want a nighttime one or a graveyard shift?
To obtain those cell phone records from AT&T for this number? Yes. Thank you. The state has no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Graveyard shift it is. That's going to be a lot of letters, though. I'll have to do like graveyard shift. All 3 words, one on top of the next.
Detective,
I can't
when
feel
you
my
said when
foot.
you write the search warrant for Apple, then they return it through a portal or an email. Is that correct?
There's 2 ways. I've seen it done multiple ways. All of them are secure. There's sometimes if the files are too big, they'll ask us to send a hard drive to them. They'll put them on the hard drive and then send it back. Other times they'll just send it via email or a link that we'd go to.
Okay. So in this case of the lollytime@icloud.com that you wrote,
So you want graveyard shit, not shift with an F?
this
Confused.
affidavit for, what way did you get it? Was it the portal or the email?
I believe that one was through an email, yes.
So in one particular,
Yeah, and listen, Laren, listen. Just sit the hell down.
email, or is it come in multiple emails, or how does that work?
I don't know if I
I
could do
don't know for
cuss
certain
words
in
on
this
the
particular
stickers.
case. It's come in one. It's
I could do
another follow-up email
SHYT.
with a password to get into it. But I'm not 100% certain how this one came over.
Well, it came to you, is that correct?
Yeah, but that was 5+ years ago, so I don't exactly know how it came over.
Okay, so you could look that up and see how many emails you got that were all related to lollytime@icloud.com, right?
I suppose I could reach out to Apple to ask them that question, yes. But I don't have a specific recollection of how many.
Correct. But you have your own email account. You could look that up, right?
I don't know if those emails would have, I don't know if they've been erased after so many years, but I
Thank
don't know
you
if
for
I
the
have access to
follow.
that right now.
Okay. So, just so I understand, the emails came that contained all of the information from Apple. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said the Cellbrite reader, well, they send another report, which is a Cellbrite reader report. Is that correct?
No. So what happens is Apple sends it in a file. The best explanation is it's somewhat of a proprietary file that they send it to us in.
Mm-hmm.
And if I were to open that file, I would not be able to look at anything. So what has to happen is then we take that file and we send it to our computer crimes detectives, and they have access to the Cellbrite reader software. We have
Of course we're being immature. We are the ones that grew up saying, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. So of course we're immature.
asked them then to
In a
take
different way.
that data that Apple gave us and put it into the Cellbrite reader, so then I can look at that and review that data.
You know, we really need to figure out how many more subscribers we need to unlock more stickers, because we have them maxed out. So every time we do a new sticker, I have to pick one of the stickers to take out. That's why I took out the Heart Sister Wives one, because I needed the space. So.
And then how do you know that all the data ends up in that Cellbrite
Pick
report?
one out for me to take out.
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. That would be up to the detective that actually downloaded that from the file from Apple into the Cellbrite.
So a detective could just basically pull the information they want and put it on a report from Cellbrite. Is that correct?
I suppose that could happen, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, but you have no way to verify if that's all the information or not, is what you just explained to me. Is that correct?
True.
So you have no access to, even though it was sent to you on an email, you have no access to open that at all.
Correct. I mean, I can open it, but I wouldn't be able to understand anything of it. It would just be a whole bunch.
100%. It's a long day. We're pulling a double because we're trying to make up for when the tower went down yesterday. But we're still here. We're still here. Okay, so which sidebar do you guys want me to take out? Because I could use that space for graveyard shift.
Bunch of random characters and numbers
Thank
until
you, Heather.
put it into the Cellbrite reader.
So why?
I wonder if once we get to the goal of 111, if that will unlock another sticker. I believe it might unlock a free subscriber gift. I think that's the goal for the next one. I'm not 100%
They send it to
sure.
you. They could send it directly to the detectives that are going to extract it.
Because I'm the one that authored the search warrant, and so they send that data to the specific person that authored the search warrant.
And then you send it off to the person who's going to make the report.
Correct. I make a request to have it transferred into Cellbrite so I can read it.
And then who was the person that you sent that to that actually made the report for you to look at?
I don't know if I have that person's name on top of my head. I want to say it was Detective Hunsaker, but I'm not sure if he did that one or another one.
Temporarily, I could take out the Brian Koberger one.
And that was for the lolly time, is that correct?
just temporarily.
Okay. And so you have no way of knowing what you're receiving in that report, if that's the full entire iCloud account.
I would have no reason to believe it isn't.
I could temporarily take
But you have
that
no
one
way to
out.
verify it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The one of our face.
So from what you get, you
With
can
the
only
hat?
take out from what, you can only review what you receive from this other detective. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as not having a phone and having this AT&T record,
Correct.
you get the AT&T record, you put a search warrant for that. Is that
Yes.
correct? So you just give them the phone number and whatever Verizon or AT&T or whatever.
So we have abilities, we have programs, we can put
I could take that one out just temporarily because there's not anything current to update on that case. So what if I just temporarily took out Emily Pikes to re-add it in a few days? Yeah, I know. I saw it too. I also have Micah's Law. It's hard to see too. So you guys tell me on Micah's Law sticker. Hold on, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I was just looking right at it. Here it is. Yeah, you can't even tell it that it says Micah's Law on it, can you? What I did with Micah's picture, I took a bunch of Micah's pictures and I made them. Okay, I'll take out hers too. I took a bunch of Micah's pictures and I layered them in the sunset. Okay, so now take out some of those pictures that are further back. That should give us like 3 or possibly 4 to work with. But once we get more subscribers, hopefully it'll unlock more stickers. I just don't know how many more we would need for that.
Put a number in and see which service provider holds that number. Then we can write the search warrant to that particular service provider. In this case, you would ask for a date range, and you'd ask for certain things such as cell tower locations, SMS data, which is text messaging, phone calls, incoming, outgoing. So there's a laundry list of things you can ask for. And those are called call detail records. That also will include subscriber records as to who owns the phone.
Okay.
You don't get my
What
subscriber
call detail records did you specifically request on your search warrant for this phone number 515-402-4143?
I'd have to refer to the search warrant to know that.
What were you looking for?
Specifically, any kind of calls during this time frame. Tried to identify who this particular person is that you were communicating with, and location data, and like I said, to identify this person.
And
How many subscribers do I have to get to give us an extra letter on our subscriber badge? Yeah, I have muscle cramp.
can you verify that all of the information that comes from AT&T is all the information from the phone?
I put trust in AT&T that that's what they would send me.
But if you don't have the phone, how do you verify that information is accurate?
Once again, I based my trust on AT&T that they're sending everything for that particular number.
Zoe, you just
That
got
I'm
sent a
requesting.
So
subscription.
if messages are deleted, text messages are deleted,
Thank you for gifting that subscription. I really appreciate you.
you would have no way of knowing that if they didn't send you the deleted text messages?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And if things were out of order, you wouldn't have any way of knowing text messages that were out of order as well, would you?
What do you mean by out of order?
But
By the way, if any of you that get your subscription don't know how to use the subscriber stickers, just ask and we'll explain it to you.
like, when
Thank
things go
you.
up into the
Thank you for helping me reach that goal, you guys. I greatly appreciate it.
cloud and they're designated a number, a text message that you delete goes up into the cloud and they're designated a number. And when you download that iCloud account, those deleted messages get filled in these different numbers, and then you end up with
And we hit 100K. I love you guys. Thank you. It is looks like about another hour or so. I can't completely tell because we started watching it while it was live. So since we started watching it while it was live, it doesn't give me a timer.
the report that has text messages in the wrong place at the wrong time. They fill in when you download iCloud.
Yeah.
So I wondered if that was similar to the AT&T report that you're receiving. You would have no way of knowing if some of these were taken out of context?
That would be a question more for somebody who handles that type of information. I wouldn't have any information on that.
Okay.
This is the problem I have with the overnight masks. I forget that I'm supposed to keep them on while I sleep. So I start peeling them off and don't even realize I'm doing it. You're welcome.
So like a cell phone expert?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't qualify yourself as a cell phone expert?
No.
Just a
Catnip, wake up.
person who asked for the search warrants.
Correct.
So in your search warrant that you asked for on this
I mean, at this point, we may as well just have a slumber party. Damn.
515 number,
Just making sure.
you said you can get text messages, call detail records, that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then did you say that the text messages don't come in, just the time and dates of the text messages?
Each carrier is different.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There are some carriers that will retain text messages for a certain amount of time.
I can't
If you
stop
do what's
taking
called
it
a
off.
preservation for a particular number and preserve the information that's coming up with the anticipation of a search warrant at a later date, then that carrier will save those actually specific text messages. However, it's after the fact and they've already erased those or they've outdone their period of holding those.
Just
then
trying to
they won't
sound
be there.
smart.
Just the fact that a text message or an SMS or what's called an MMS, which is a video or a picture that it was sent, but the actual content would not be there if it's outside of that period of retention.
Okay. And for AT&T, do you know what that time of retention is,
I don't.
basically? Okay. So you're relying basically on AT&T and whatever information they have currently available when you do the search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
We understand
And then
she's
that
not, but
comes to
she
you. So in
doesn't.
this particular case, how did you receive that information from AT&T directly?
I believe that was via email as well.
Okay. And does that email come in its own report? It doesn't have to be put into Cellbrite, or it does?
That one will come in its own report. There's several. There's a spreadsheet. There's also a PDF file. There's a lot of different files that come with it and how to read it. But we can also take that data and put it into a Cellbrite reader to actually better review that particular data rather than just looking at it through a spreadsheet.
I was going to say something super good, and by the time I hit pause, I forgot it. Sorry. I'll let you know when it comes back around.
Okay. So did you send that spreadsheet to your same guy so that he could put it into a Cellbrite reader?
I don't remember if I did that or not, no.
Okay. Did you ever look at it on the Cellbrite reader? The report of this number 515-402-4143?
I did not on the Cellbrite reader, no.
So do you remember looking at it and the report that came to you in an email?
Do I remember looking at that report?
Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So you looked at it from the email that came to you directly?
Yes, and we have many ways that we can examine these data sets, if you would. We do use another program I refer to as Nighthawk, where I can just take those records that particular provider gave me and dump it into the system, and it'll read it in a timeline format for me, and then it's easier to read, if you would.
And how accurate do you think that organization is? It takes all of the data and organizes it, or can it pick and choose?
I've never had any issues with it.
Yeah, but do you compare it to the original once you see the report?
I will. I'll go back and look at the original to make sure it exists, yes.
Okay. And how long of a period of time do you think that you spent personally reviewing the lollytime at icloud.com report?
I was like,
from
is she
Cellbrite?
referring to herself in the third person?
I would estimate hundreds of hours.
And how much time would you have spent reviewing this report from AT&T on this 515 number?
Not as much, because there wasn't that much information that came over with it.
And earlier you had testified that there were call detail records, so times and length of calls. Is that correct?
For the AT&T?
Correct.
Yes.
But not just the calls. And then the text messages, there was also times, but not actual text messages?
Correct.
So you have no text messages from that entire phone extraction download?
From that particular extraction, I don't. However, you can link those messages and times of when, say that the 0143 number texted your lolly time, and your lolly time will retain that content of the message. If that makes sense. So you have the content of the message between you and that number in the lolly time account, but if you reflect that date and time, it'll also show that date and time in the AT&T records.
So did you compare that lolly time account with this 515 number
Yes.
side by side so you could see what the text messages were saying?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on your, did you make a report about this yourself?
On which one?
Do you make a report regularly on, say, you spent hundreds of hours reviewing this, so did you make a report specifically on lolly time
I
account?
have a very lengthy
Hi,
report
Linda.
that I wrote, yes, regarding my interpretation of that data, yes.
And did you make a report on this other assessment that you made on the 515 number?
Correct.
And it's probably not as lengthy.
Well, it's all incorporated into one report,
Oh, it's all in one report.
yes.
Are there other numbers that are on that report or other iCloud accounts?
Yes, there are.
How many?
I believe there might be 2 additional iCloud accounts or 1 additional iCloud account.
And so your report would just incorporate all of those together, is that correct? Okay. And about when did you make that report? Do you remember it all?
I do not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Bathroom break.
So detective, when you write a search warrant, you provide that to a judge, right?
Correct.
You have to provide a
not go
probable
in.
cause statement.
Yes.
And basically the court then orders someone like
BRB.
AT&T or Apple to provide the data you're requesting based upon that probable cause.
Correct.
And then depending on the size of the data being stored by the agency, you receive it in different ways.
Correct.
For something like AT&T, a phone record, does AT&T keep things like when calls are made and when calls are received in the normal course of their business?
Yes, they do.
Is that why you're able to write a search warrant to obtain those records?
Yes, it is.
So this is just something that all cell phone companies do?
Yes.
And do they all keep things like cell tower data? What cell towers you're using when you're making those phone calls?
Yes, they do.
And when people send or receive text messages or MMS messages?
Correct.
So you're basically, you know what these cell phone companies do, and then you write a search warrant for it?
Correct.
You were asked about Cellbrite. Is that sort of a software that is used to help organize data that is sent pursuant to these search warrants by someone, we'll say Apple?
Yes, it is.
Is Cellbrite a software used by police departments across the country,
It is.
as well as other law enforcement and other agencies?
Yes.
When you are talking about forensic detectives using Cellbrite for these iCloud or Apple Clouds or other digital media, is this something that forensic detectives do hundreds of times, thousands of times a year?
Yes, it is.
Do those forensic detectives know anything about the case?
I prefer they don't know anything about it, and that they just simply make the, basically it's like a translation of the data and not review anything and just take it from the format that it is given to me to the Cellbrite so I can review it.
Do they do any type of analysis of that data?
No, they do not.
So they would have no way to know what might be relevant or not relevant to allegedly, I guess, secret away some things and not provide that to you?
Correct.
So they just get this data, they use a very standard software and put it into a format that allows you more ease to read it.
Correct. I will also give them a copy of the search warrant. If there's nothing about the report in there or the case being investigated. But what it'll have is things that the judge allowed pursuant to that search warrant. So say if the judge did not allow or it didn't include information about a calendar, then I shouldn't give that information. And so the detective that does that will then review that and carve out or exclude items that I should not have to be able to see.
So in this case, what we've talked about so far are
You
two
mean
different
this
iCloud
catnip?
accounts, the Lori for Style at iCloud account,
Yes,
and then the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
correct.
And you spent hundreds of hours, you said, on at least one of them?
Correct.
How much time did you spend on the other one?
Probably hundreds of hours.
So would it be fair to say there was a really lot of data that was sent to you by Apple for each of those search warrants?
Yes, there was.
Thousands and thousands of pages?
Correct.
And you went through all of that to locate information that was relevant?
Yes.
My
No
nose is
other
whistling.
questions for this witness, Sharon?
Are there any questions from any member of the jury?
Doesn't sound like it's whistling to me.
All right, I don't see any. You can step downstairs.
I think you were hearing me drink from my.
Did you intend to admit 187?
That's my water bottle.
You didn't move to.
The state will move to admit 187, which is the affidavit.
Any objection?
No objection.
187.
Thank you.
Oh, I just heard it. You're right. I heard it. Oh, let me try to blow my nose on mute, you guys. Or mute myself. Hold on. Sorry, nobody needs to hear that. I love this new ordinary serum. It is really helping these forehead wrinkles. That and frownies. This one is
All right, sir, come on up here. You're gonna come right in front of my clerk and she'll swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
I can barely see. Hold on.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth
Where's my glasses?
around the full quarter of the
I'll find out.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Argyle
My name
line.
is Tom Olzak. I'm a retired state trooper with the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
How long did you work for the Department of Public Safety?
24 years.
What are you currently doing?
I currently work for the United States Secret Service at the Phoenix office as a network intrusion forensic analyst.
If you
What
need
did you do when you worked for DPS?
if you need me to link you, just send me a message and I'll link you.
My DPS career started in 1999 when I graduated from the academy. I was assigned to the Highway Patrol Division in the Phoenix metro area. My day-to-day activities were traffic enforcement, collision investigation, calls for service, DUI detection. And at 2010, I became a detective, worked for a warrant squad for 3 years where we would work with the adult probation, several other detectives, the federal warrant service that we would go out and serve warrants on individuals that were arrest warrants and arrest them and bring them in. In 2013, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division at DPS.
I've been on Medicube for 1.5 years and I love it. However, it doesn't direct on fine lines and wrinkles like that, just a little bit. This is straight for that. But I've got almost every Medicube product there is.
And I was
I love it.
assigned to the Digital Forensic Unit located at the ACTIC, Arizona Counterterrorism Information Center in Phoenix. And there my responsibilities were to assist other federal, state, local, and tribal agencies with service of search warrants and to identify possible digital.
On my backup account, I have my showcase. I can't have it on this account anymore because I got in trouble. Because I didn't know that the live you did was only supposed to be about the product. So I'd be sitting here covering a trial and someone would come in and ask me about one of the products. So I'd pin it so they could, get it in their cart. And then I'd take it off. I didn't know that wasn't allowed. I didn't know that you had to not have a live about any other thing in the world. Yep, I have that too. They actually just came out with a new marshmallow mask cleanser and a pink glitter overnight mask. It's epic. They look epic. I don't have them yet, but yeah. No, don't worry about it. I needed to wake up some more. Yes, I do use the device, but there's two. The one that I use is the HR Booster. They have another one, but I don't use the other one because of my fibromyalgia and I got restless body. So when I use it, whatever it does, it flares my fibro a lot. Yeah, I want it too. I want it really bad too. That's the one. That's the one. This other one I have, I need to send to catnip. The eye shot one. For me, it irritates my nerves because of my fibro.
Evidence on scene, and if it had to be processed, if not, it would be submitted to the crime lab and then to the digital forensic unit, and I would perform forensic exams on those.
Catnip, you need this. Ordinary. I just got it, and it's already decreasing these lines here.
So in November of 2019, what were you doing? Were you still with?
Then not the eye shot one, then it's the HR Booster one that you want. The HR Booster doesn't irritate me at all. So the eye shot one does.
DPS?
You're very welcome.
Yes. And were you still working in the
But
area
everyone's
of
different. Keep
digital
that in
forensics?
I
mind.
was.
Can you tell us what an infotainment system is?
Infotainment is the central digital system combining of entertainment and information.
Where do we find one of those?
We find that in a vehicle, more of the newer vehicles. It pretty much came out in 1986. So it's pretty much the console that's in between the driver's seat and the passenger side seat, and it has a display on it, and it's a high fidelity display that you can get navigation, you can get applications. You can also connect your cell phone to that via Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or USB cable.
Do all vehicles have infotainment systems?
Not all vehicles do.
Do all the infotainment systems contain the same level of data?
They do not.
Hi, April. We're pulling a triple today. We had Karen read this morning. Then we had to continue day one because the towers went down here, so we couldn't finish it yesterday. So we finished day one, and now we're towards the end of day two. So we're pulling a triple.
When you are asked,
It's gone by fast,
are you asked at times to aid agencies to determine whether or not a vehicle might have a infotainment system with data that could be recovered?
I am.
It's been the
In
craziest
November of
night with this
2019,
too.
did the Gilbert
Crazy.
Police Department reach out to you to talk to you about trying to remove an infotainment system from a 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, they did.
What kind of information do you ask for to be able to decide if you can obtain anything from that?
We use the software made by a company called Berla. The software is called IVE, and with that software, it can detect, acquire, and analyze an infotainment system. Within that software, they have an application that you can scan either the VIN or enter the VIN into that application to see if that vehicle is supported through that Berla system.
So you need the VIN number for a vehicle, and does that tell you everything you need to know that you'll be able to obtain data from that?
No,
vehicle?
you need also the trim package.
What is a trim package?
Trim package is features on a vehicle that would make it more of a newer vehicle or a better vehicle. So you might have a
Yes.
trim package of XL, Sport, Touring, EX. So you have cloth seats, and you're gonna have a trim package, same model of vehicle, but now you have a trim package with just cloth seats.
I can't remember if it was live, but yes, there was cameras allowed. I just cannot remember if it was live. It might have been played later. I cannot remember.
And one with leather
I
seats.
think it was
more
live though.
upgrades.
I don't know.
So the better the car, the
questionable.
better the infotainment system?
Most likely.
And I'm mad at him in memory.
Before, when you were advised of this 2018 Jeep Wrangler, were you able to determine with the VIN number whether or not you would the
No, it is. It is.
infotainment system would be able to be, I guess, accessed?
I was.
And what did you believe in terms of whether you could obtain data from that infotainment system based upon the VIN?
The VIN number, according to IV software, showed that it was supported.
Okay. Did you then go with Detective Ryan Pillar to Rexburg, Idaho on November 19th to look at a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate LWD0997?
Yes.
When you went there,
Babe, I know you're in here. If you are not too tired and you want to stop and get me cashews, I'm totally acceptable on that front. Just saying.
and you saw that vehicle, were you able to
And
determine
carrots.
if you were going to be able to use Berla to access that?
Yes, once I was able to get inside the vehicle, I looked at the head stack, and that's actually what we would call the infotainment
Don't type. I know you're driving.
system, the screen and the buttons, the knobs around it. That would be the head stack. With Berla Ivy, they have different head stacks for different
Which, if you want me to be honest, I also need. I'm out of my candy too.
model of vehicles for the same model of vehicle. So I need to determine that view of that head stack, and I was unable to because I wasn't able to get into that vehicle before I traveled there.
All right, so sometimes before you travel there, you'll have someone send you a picture or be able to let you see what that looks like to see if you will be able to use Burla on it.
Yes,
In this case, you weren't able to have anyone get inside it until you went up there on the November 18th of 2019.
correct.
So when you go there and you see that, did you realize there might be a problem?
Yes.
What did you,
I saw that head stack was not one of the ones that that was shown on the website,
Okay.
on the actual software.
did you end up actually calling Burla to find out if you might still be able to access this?
I did.
And what did you determine?
Erla had told me that their customer support told me that that was a lower end model, that it wouldn't be supported. But I could possibly do a chip off to obtain some data.
And so when we're talking data, we're still looking at potentially call logs or connections to that infotainment system or potentially even GPS data.
Correct.
So did you decide to take that infotainment system?
Good night, Ashley. Sweet dreams. Thank you so much for the tapping and being here and being a great part of our little community. Thank you.
Out of the vehicle?
I did.
How do you do that?
Well, with the IB software, it's very intuitive. It gives you step by step on each vehicle how to take it apart. And I'm careful taking it apart because I might have to put it back together. If it's a victim's vehicle or a rental vehicle, that has to go back working order. So I take preventive steps. I take pictures on each step, and I remove that infotainment system, the unit behind that I need to take with me.
Is that basically just like a hard drive?
It is. It's actually a metal or a plastic box that's behind the screen that contains the printed circuit PC boards that would have all the data on there.
Okay, so you took that with you,
Yes,
brought it back here to Arizona,
correct.
and did you attempt to access it through that chip-off method?
I did.
Were you able to access any user data from that Jeep?
I was not.
On January 2nd of 2020, were you asked to meet with, again, another detective, this time McDermott from Gilbert Police Department, to remove an infotainment system from a Ford F-150 truck with Arizona plates CPQUINT?
I was.
Did you follow sort of the same process we've heard about?
I did.
And was that infotainment system supported by, for the Ford F-150 by Burla?
It was.
Were you able to obtain GPS data, connection data, and call logs from the Ford F-150 with that CPQUINT plate?
I was.
Different infotainment systems, do they have smaller or larger memory chips?
They do.
And in this vehicle, was there a smaller memory chip?
Comparison, it was only an 8 gig memory chip.
And some of that memory is taken up from just data from Ford for the infotainment system?
Correct.
In terms of the data on this infotainment system for the Ford F-150, did you locate any data relating back to October 2nd of 2019?
I did not.
Did you locate any data relating to any time in October of 2019?
I did not.
So you're looking at this vehicle in January, or pulled the infotainment system on January 2nd of 2020. Were you able to determine if any phones had connected to that Ford F-150?
I was.
Did you see data that a phone number 480-351-9120 had connected to the Ford infotainment system?
I did.
Did you see data that a phone number 808-755-5452 had connected to the Ford's infotainment system?
I did.
Were there call logs in that Ford F-150 from November 7th through December 20th of 2019?
There was.
Did that infotainment system show calls made to 480-321-9876?
It did.
Did they show calls made to 208-690-9374?
It did.
And did they show calls made to 480-489-4652?
It did.
Did the Ford F-150 contain GPS coordinates?
It did.
Were those all related to the time period of December 3rd through the 31st of 2019?
I believe so.
Was there any GPS coordinates relating back to October of 2019?
There was not.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any jury questions? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll call Detective Ryan Pillar.
Hi, Pinksy Boo.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Detective, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ryan Pillar, Pillar.
Where do you work?
I work with the Gilbert Police Department and have been so employed since February of 2007, so a little over 18 years.
Back in 2019, where were you working? What area?
In 2019, I was assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division, specifically to our Violent Crimes Unit.
Can you tell us sort of over the years from when you started through current, where you have worked and when?
Yes, I started on police patrol, maintaining typical police patrol officer duties. In 2016, I went to our Special Victims Unit within our Criminal Investigations Division, which is the unit that is responsible for investigating crimes against children and sex-related crimes. In 2019 is then when I began my time at the Violent Crimes Unit, which is responsible for investigating crimes of violence, death investigations, things of that nature.
And where are you currently working?
In 2021, I moved back to patrol briefly, voluntarily, because I wanted to try something different. I'm currently assigned as a school resource officer still in Gilbert.
I want to talk and ask you a few questions about Gilbert Police Department back in 2019. At that time, did the Gilbert Police Department have a full staff of crime scene specialists to help process crime scenes?
We did not.
Why are you yelling, Nana?
Did you have basically the two people?
Why?
We had two individuals that were crime scene techs.
And because of that, as both patrol officers and detectives, were you trained on how to process crime
Mr.
scenes?
Yes.
Pumpkin.
Can you tell us a little bit about your
Come
training in that
all
area?
about it.
Both my time on patrol and especially in my time with the Criminal Investigations Division, we received multiple hours of training when gathering evidence, everything from fingerprints to physical DNA. Although we were not crime scene technicians or specialists, we were trained on the basics of processing a crime scene. Everything from basically from photos to collecting physical evidence.
In 2019 and 2020, did the Gilbert Police Department contract with other police agencies to do forensic lab work?
Yes,
So for instance, we just heard from DPS. Is that someone that the Gilbert Police Department worked with?
yes, we work with Department of Public Safety, DPS, Mesa Police Forensics, Phoenix Police Forensics.
I want to talk to you about Wednesday, October 2nd of 2019. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
And were you called out to a home at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Do you recall what you were doing, like where you were prior to responding to that scene?
Yes, I do. I was actually in a meeting with our Violent Crimes Unit. We have weekly squad meetings. We were discussing cases that we were working when a sergeant came in and said, hey, we
No
have a
thanks.
active shooting investigation and we need you to respond, which at that time, myself and assisting detectives responded out to the 3875 East Phelps address.
Do you recall approximately when you got out there?
Yes, the time that we arrived on scene was approximately 10:30 hours, 10:30 in the morning. The originating call was approximately 09:13 hours, so a little over an hour by the time we got on scene.
Can you describe the scene when you arrived?
Yes, when we arrived, I positioned my vehicle, which we have unmarked assigned police vehicles. I parked my car east of the target address of the 3875 Phelps address. The street was blocked off with patrol vehicles both on the east end of Phelps and west end of Phelps to prevent traffic from traveling down that roadway. Additionally, there was crime scene tape set up, yellow police tape, to both prevent any further persons entering or exiting the crime scene that was established by patrol officers, and a couple cones within the roadway
Get down.
that I later learned about.
Get down. Come on.
So who were the other detectives that came or arrived on scene
No, sir.
that morning?
The initial responding team was myself, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer. We were the first 4 detectives on scene. Others later joined.
When you got on scene, do you recall being given any type of briefing or overview about what patrol had learned or established?
Yes, so typical response for detectives arriving on scene. The patrol officer, patrol sergeant will brief all the detectives once we arrive there. I do not recall specifically who briefed us that day, but we were provided with the names of the individuals involved, the address, the approximate time for the call for service, and a basic rundown from the initial interviews obtained from officers at that scene.
Did you at some point go to the driveway of 3875 East Phelps to look at the vehicle itself?
Yes,
When you were looking at that vehicle, did you see the damage to it?
Hi, Allison.
Yes.
How
What do
are
you recall seeing?
well, upon walking up to the 3875 address, there was a black colored Tesla in the driveway. The front driver's side door was open, as well as the back driver's side door. There was glass partially on the driveway, as well as partially in the landscaping. While getting the scene walkthrough, which a walkthrough is when a patrol officer or the sergeant, again, I do not recall specifically who, but they would typically walk us through what they have at that point and explain what they've gathered so far. So this photograph that's on the screen now is accurate to what I initially saw, to include a up-close visual of the door. It's not the door frame, it's the vehicle frame that went above the driver's side window that was previously affixed to that vehicle.
Did you, let me ask you this. Have you seen vehicles that have been shot before?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with what, you've seen bullet holes in cars before?
Yes,
Put up, that was exhibit 25, we were talking about, this was exhibit 28.
It's been
Did you
insane.
see this damage to the Tesla?
I did see that damage, yes.
When you saw that, what did you believe that to be?
I believe that to be a bullet hole.
Was that consistent with other bullet holes you had previously seen in other vehicles?
Yes.
What about this made you believe it was a bullet hole?
Both the angle, the fact that it went through metal, there's up close, you can actually see some scraping that's along that metal edge. The cleanliness, if you will, of that
Thank you,
damage
Allison.
is indicative of a fast-moving projectile.
The glass that was off to the side here that we see back in exhibit 25, did you notice that when you came and walked around?
I did.
And
Thank you, Queen.
of exhibit 24, did you note glass still sort of along the edge of that door even?
There was door, yes, along that edge, and there was some within the cabin, which is not seen in this photograph, but yes.
So you observed glass pieces inside the car itself and sort of in that whole general area?
Multiple small shards from the glass being shattered, yes.
Fighting wrinkles is a full-time
Now, you
job.
talked about some cones in the street. Sort of exhibit 14. Were these up when you arrived?
Yes, those cones were placed prior to my arrival and were in that position when on scene.
What did you understand those to be from?
I understood those to actually be locations where glass was located in the roadway, as well as to give some idea of where Mr. Boudreau, who was later identified as our victim, described his vehicle approaching his driveway.
So approximately where he was when his car was shot?
Yes.
When you arrive on scene with different detectives, is everyone sort of given a duty,
Yes.
a role to play, so to speak? What was your role?
Once on scene, it was determined that I would be the lead detective, the case detective. Responsibilities of that include interviewing the victims and essentially overseeing the entire investigation from that moment forward. From there, it was decided to have my partner there, Detective McDermott, assist with the primary scene detective, essentially in charge of operating the crime scene management, since we did not have the crime scene technicians available at that time. And then Detective Ferrer and Detective Biggs were then assigned to assist him with both investigating the scene, collecting physical evidence, and they were also provided tasks later on.
So although you were not
Maureen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was
responsible for
beautiful.
processing the scene, Did you, for instance, look in this area to note any glass pieces?
Yes.
Maybe cones?
Yes,
Did you observe that?
yes, I observed glass in that roadway.
Had you, as the case agent, been advised that the first officer on scene, Officer Rob, had done a brief interview of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes,
Is that normal?
yes,
As a case agent, did you then want to do a more in-depth interview with Mr. Boudreaux?
yes, this is typical for any investigation. Of course, uniformed police officers will arrive. When they gather enough information to determine this is going to require some further investigation, they'll contact the Criminal Investigations Division. So Officer Rob did have the initial interview, albeit brief, and then she provided that information.
Now, we hear about body-worn camera. As a detective, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did not.
So when you decided to interview Brandon Boudreaux, did you record that?
I did record that.
How did you record that?
At that time, the body-worn cameras were not as used as much as they are now. So I did not have the body-worn camera. However, it was common practice both in Special Victims Unit and specifically in Violent Crimes Unit on October 2nd of 2019 on this case to use a digital recorder, which is a simple digital recorder that has press play, record, stop. That's how I captured the audio.
When you arrived, do you recall where Brandon Boudreaux was?
I do.
Where was he?
So when I arrived, I was, again, briefly walking the scene. There were 3 males sitting on the north side of the street, directly across from the 3875 Phelps address. On this particular day, it was pretty warm outside. October 2nd in Arizona, yes, it was warm. They were seated, in this photograph here, this is a good representation across the street. There were 3 males sitting there. I did not know who was who yet, but once I got the basic idea of the layout of our crime scene, I walked over and introduced myself.
So we have Exhibit 9 here. They show where you had contact with Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes,
So when you went over there, did you know at that time whether or not the other 2 individuals had been present during the shooting?
I did not.
Did you go over there and ask to find out who Brandon was, which one was, and if the other 2 knew anything about the case?
Yes, I tend to be a little more social, so I introduced myself, tried to keep it lighthearted despite it being a serious situation. I confirmed, I believe the friends were Chris and Mark, I don't know their last names, and then Brandon identified himself as being the resident at that house involved in this shooting. Once that was gathered, I asked the friends if they were there prior to or during the shooting, and they said no, they were simply there as support. After the incident, since Brandon contacted them, once that was gathered, those 2 friends remained in the shade while I walked with Brandon after he agreed with me to speak with me privately. And I chose to use my vehicle since it has air conditioning and it was away in a private space.
So if we're looking at Exhibit 9 here, where were you parked in relation on this photograph?
So my vehicle, where that squad car is at the end of the street, it would actually be even a little bit further to the east of that, so outside of that vehicle, and then it would be to the right. So kind of around the corner where your pen's at right there, in that area.
So when you took Brandon to your vehicle, that's where you interviewed him?
Correct.
And that was recorded?
That initial interview with us was recorded, yes.
When you are conducting an interview like this, how do you go about that?
Hi, Tiff.
Well, again, coming from SVU, or Special Victims Unit previously, I try to build a rapport phase, which is simply trying to keep it as lighthearted as possible and just discuss basic topics.
Hi, Cindy.
I remember Brandon was mentioning that he was there with friends and they had some food that they were eating. I don't remember specifically what, but after some pleasantries, I introduced myself. Hello, my name's Ryan Pillar. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department once again. And then I obtained his specific identification information, have him spell his first name, last name, date of birth, phone number, any other phone numbers, email addresses, to get a foundation for who I'm speaking with and so I can communicate with them moving forward.
During this interview with Brandon Boudreaux, did you talk to him about who he thought might want to kill him?
Yes.
And did Brandon provide you with the names of some people he thought might want to kill him?
He did.
I love the TikTok shop. The TikTok shop is great. All that stuff. Safe words, TikTok things for 5.
And what names did he provide to you?
He provided the names of Lori Vallow and the name of Alex Cox.
Did he advise you that there had been an incident that occurred in Chandler in July of 2019, and that was some of the reason for him identifying them?
Yes.
Thank you.
During your interview with Brandon, let me ask you this. Prior to talking with Brandon, when you were briefed, did you receive information regarding the vehicle that had been identified by Brandon as being used that was shot at?
I'm told it resets the chat. So when the TikTok shop stuff happens where we have to say that, that resets the chat for any chat bots, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, I was provided a description of the vehicle that shot at him, or where the shot came from.
When you spoke with Brandon in your car, was he consistent with giving you the same information?
Yes,
Did he describe the Jeep for you?
he did.
Did he provide you the information about what state the license plate was from?
Yes,
Did he talk to you about whether or not it had a rear tire on it?
he did.
Did he talk to you about where it was parked?
He did.
Did he talk to you about what he saw happen right before the shooting?
Yes,
Was anything that he had provided to you different than what you had learned in the briefing as to that area?
no,
We talked about that you had seen the vehicle, so you knew it was a Tesla. Did you ever talk to Brandon about whether or not his Tesla had cameras that might record what happened?
yes, Teslas were fairly new at the time, but it was, to my knowledge, that they had cameras throughout their body.
And was this a 2016 Tesla Model X?
Yes, it was.
Did you try to recover video from Brandon's Tesla?
Yes.
What were you able to?
Unfortunately, no, we were unable to obtain any of the digital video data in this vehicle, particularly because it did not have a storage device installed within it, which was also later confirmed by contacting Tesla directly, and there was no video saved from this event.
So you both looked yourself and then contacted Tesla to make sure that there was no other way that video would have been saved.
Correct.
Just make sure y'all are awake.
Based upon what Brandon told you had occurred, did you expect to find a casing at the scene?
No, a shell casing, no.
Why not?
The way Brandon described the shooting was the back window of a Jeep opening up and then a weapon shooting at him, a firearm shooting at him. In my experience in law enforcement and utilizing firearms
I knew you fell asleep.
for many years,
Maxwell Anderson was found guilty, guys, if you didn't already know.
if it was a bolt action rifle, you would have to manipulate it and then the casing would come out within the vehicle. Or if it was a semi-automatic, the casing would still come out and be within that vehicle where it was fired from, based on the description that Mr. Boudreau provided to me.
Did Mr. Boudreau or Brandon provide or believe that this was a rifle that was barrel that was coming out the back window?
Yes, he believed it was a rifle, as I've heard before, but specifically from him, he described it as a large barrel that came out of that window and fired at him.
Did he believe there was some sort of silencer or something on the end of that barrel?
He believed there may be a suppressor of some kind, but again, it's often that people, especially if a weapon's pointed at them, believe that. Wow. So I believed it was right.
So he didn't see a hand or anything else or describe that to you where you would have thought a handgun was put out the window and the casing might have ejected.
Correct.
You only saw the barrel of the rifle.
Correct.
Were you present when the fragments were collected or located in the Tesla?
I was not present when the fragments were located and extracted from the vehicle. I was present after my interview with Brandon, and I returned to where it was in the process of, and they had collected the fragments.
Did you see or did they remove?
Yes, there was an extensive period of time focused on that bullet hole and finding as much as we could.
police yet, but I heard it was something big. I just don't know what it was yet. We've been here since 10 this morning. We had 2 trials to cover.
Put up exhibit 28 to help us. That sort of the molding had been damaged as a result of this projectile.
Yes.
And for this vehicle, we had seen in exhibit 25 that there's no sort of metal frame around the top of the glass window, correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding then that the window kind of went up into this molding in the frame of the vehicle?
Yes.
In this case, did police try to look if there was any fragments anywhere else sort of in the frame of that vehicle around there?
Yes, it was explained to me, and I looked as well into the bullet hole itself, and a lot of that rubber casing that you see surrounding that was pulled.
What is it? Who is it, I mean? I am totally wide awake. 100%, like I had 50 espressos. Am I pulling it off at all? You're serious? That explains a lot. That explains a lot. Fitty knew though, right? If 50 knew that, that explains an awful lot. Except for the violence he probably would have taken. So did he not know? Jesus. Wow! That was so corny. I wonder if he didn't know. I don't see him being able to restrain himself.
Pulled away and removed and inspected further to find any further fragments of that projectile.
Now, in this
I don't know
case,
my Instagram information.
did you also see?
I set up my Instagram account years ago when I first published my book. I don't even use it. I don't even know the password.
Originally, the glass sort of on the driveway there where it landed,
figure it
and then
out.
later
Hold on.
was the glass sort of manipulated to be able to look at it better.
Yes.
I'm going to put up exhibit 46, for instance. So was the glass looked at, and even 47, and kind of spread out to be able to look at whether or not there was damage to it other than that the whole thing was shattered?
Yes, and where the A sticker that was placed when I was in my interview, but that's where, yes, that's where they believed that the impact was had connected with the glass that was within the frame of the Tesla.
And so there seemed to be a little divot there that seemed to match about the location that that window would have gone up there.
Yes.
Now, because only fragments of that projectile were recovered in the frame of this vehicle, did police search elsewhere to see if you could recover any other fragments?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was done to try to see if you could find those?
Aside from spending a couple hours on the Tesla itself looking for any fragment, which ultimately recovered 4 small fragments, we searched amongst the glass there, and then we started within the roadway where we could best determine the gunshot collided with Mr. Boudreau's Tesla. We started there. Well, let me back up. We had additional detectives respond to our scene. By early afternoon, there was 14 detectives total, and they were assigned with canvassing the neighborhood and the route that Mr. Boudreau provided as far as where he traveled after the shooting, as well as the Jeep traveled after the shooting. We assigned detectives to canvass the entire neighborhood for any type of surveillance and contact any potential audible or visual witnesses. After that task was completed was when we did something called a line search. So it was not all 14 detectives at this point. I believe there was about 10 or 11 of us, where we stand as it sounds in a line, essentially shoulder to shoulder, and walk that roadway, the entire pathway where Mr. Goudreau described where he drove, from the point of impact of the shooting, westbound on.
That was his response. And quote here, it says, "Well, here comes the bullshit. Don't kiss my boy, pee-pee mouth." That was his response? And then it says they don't come like that unless they got a case. 50 penned in one of his tweets. "You moved a mile away in hopes of having another baby with me, but I was busy, so you moved back and then started receiving money from Brother Love. Now here we are, little mex worker," is what it says. Not my words. In response, Joy took to Instagram to push back as she accused 50 of only meeting with their son 10 times in the last 2 years and of raping her. "Everything is a joke to you until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You are wreaking real havoc, frenzy, and chaos onto people's lives. How would you feel if your son was the one in handcuffs for nothing?" Jesus. So they don't get along, it seems, huh? That's kind of effed up, I'm not gonna lie.
Phelps towards Cole. We then went northbound on Cole, passing Waite, which we'll get back there, but passing to the point where he said he stopped his vehicle near a park or a pool, a community pool area. We really searched that part because that's where he said he turned his vehicle around, so we searched for any additional glass or fragments. We then proceeded to walk back down Cole, eastbound on Waite, continued our line search, and then ultimately southbound on Fisher, and then back westbound on Phelps, where we got back to those orange cones. So we did a line search, and despite our best efforts, to include using a metal detector,
I think we could say a little more than a few, but yeah.
no other fragments were located.
Seeing how small those fragments are, you're just trying to find something that might flash or stand out as you're looking on the asphalt.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sharing that.
Were you surprised you didn't find anything?
Surprised, no. Disappointed, yes. But
It was a very long distance. You were looking for very small, tiny pieces of metal.
yes, and it was warmer as the day went.
Now, you said that officers also contacted residents around that neighborhood to look for any surveillance cameras that might have caught it.
Correct.
On Phelps, did anyone that was immediately around this area have any ring cameras or any other footage that would have showed this? That showed the street area where the Jeep was?
There was no video surveillance of the street area on Phelps.
During this investigation, did you ask Brandon for his phone?
Yes.
Why did you want his phone?
At this juncture, very
Which
early
side,
in the
though?
investigation, we don't know the complete motive. We don't know the involved parties. He's telling me a story, sure, that he provided some names, but to really know any possible motives or leads, people's smartphones have a lot of data, and he voluntarily turned that over. He completed a consent form, which is what we do. We want to have somebody willingly consent to us searching their device because it is quite intrusive. And he turned over his device, which was ultimately turned over to our digital forensics unit, which was explained a little bit ago, but specialized detectives who specialize in downloading these types of electronic.
Was there any hint as to who exposed her identity? Like, was it the defense, the prosecution, somebody else?
Vice isn't going through the data.
So you might be looking for text messages where he's threatening someone or someone's threatening him or whatever else.
Correct.
Did you find anything like that?
No.
Did you also take Brandon?
Sandra, you're supposed to be sleeping. You got an early flight.
Tesla to Gilbert property.
Yes, once we completed our line search, our canvas,
It wasn't, my brain's partially shut down right now. I say her name all the damn time. The one who's been spoken out against Diddy. I cannot formulate a thought beyond that. Oh, that one? I was thinking of, I still can't remember her name. I'm not gonna lie, I cannot. My brain's about 70% shut down now. That's so messed up.
it was decided to take the Tesla to the Gilbert Police Department's property and evidence building to go indoors, just take another look at it to see if we can find anything further.
So you're getting there 10:30 in the morning. How long is this all going on when you finish with this line search and now you're deciding to try to take the Tesla back to look at it?
I don't have the exact time, but I would estimate we probably left the 3875 East Phelps address at approximately 4:30, maybe 5 in the afternoon, early evening.
Permanently or
So
temporarily?
did you and others, again, spend more time trying to look through the Tesla to see if there was any other evidence, any other fragments or anything else that might be there?
We did.
Was anything else found?
Nothing else was found.
Did you return the car to Brandon?
Yes, the vehicle was not impounded. We turned it back over to him. That was his only vehicle. So once we
Should be
made our
permanently.
final search of everything we could regarding that bullet hole and the surrounding areas within it, I was turned back over to Mr. Boudreau.
That's why I said it should be permanently with legal ramifications. Yes, could
During
have
your
effect on the
interview
case
with
too.
Brandon Boudreau, he
Not to mention the invasion of privacy by law.
advised you of that incident that occurred in Chandler on July of 2019 involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. Did you reach out to the Chandler Police Department?
Yes,
And did you learn from the Chandler Police Department that Lori Vallow had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas plates LWD 0997 in her garage on that July 11th of 2019?
yes,
Did you learn photographs had been taken?
yes,
Were you provided with copies of those photographs?
I was.
When you learned that license plate, were you also able to run that and get information about the Jeep?
Yes, we did an MVD records check, which is a simple license plate check to provide the registered owner and their information and vehicle information.
So by October 9th, you had the license plate number and VIN for that Jeep.
Yes,
Now, as a case agent, are you the person who is responsible for interacting with the listed victim in a case?
yes,
Was it your common practice to give out your work number to any victim so they could reach you?
yes, both this case and any case I worked, I would regularly give out my direct work cell phone number, my name. I encourage them to text me and call me as needed, with the caveat that I'm not always available, but if you leave me a message, I will respond.
So as a detective, you actually are provided a work cell phone for that purpose.
Yes, ma'am.
And all of their detectives are given the same sort of thing, a work cell phone so that victims and witnesses can reach them.
Yes,
On October 14th of 2019, did you learn from Brandon that Melanie was moving to Idaho?
yes,
Were you able to confirm that with her?
yes,
If Melanie moved to Idaho and had gotten those kids that day, there's a very chilling possibility that they would have ended up just like Tylee and JJ. Thank you, Catnip.
Did you learn during this investigation that Lori Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
yes,
Did you learn in this investigation that Alex Cox had moved to Idaho?
yes,
So in October then, Melanie joined them in Idaho.
yes,
On October 16th, did you learn that a license plate reader had recorded Lori Vallow's Jeep with that Texas plate LWD 0997 on the I-40 on October 1st of 2019?
yes,
that reader located in Holbrook, Arizona.
Yes.
None of those children need to be hearing about that, especially the girls.
How long before the shooting of Brandon was Lori Vallow's Jeep seen on that I-40 heading towards Phoenix?
That Jeep was seen on the I-40 heading towards Phoenix approximately 26 hours and 30 minutes prior to the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux. In particular, the LPR, the license plate reader, has cameras. This was a DPS camera, if I recall correctly. Took a picture of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate LWD099. And there was no wheel affixed to the back of the Jeep Wrangler, which Jeep Wranglers are typically have that wheel affixed to the back of them. In this image, 26 hours prior to the shooting, the wheel was not affixed to the back of that Jeep.
Didn't he decide he's not going to any more of them?
When you were working this case, you had talked about other detectives. Did you continue to work with some of them to help you investigate this case?
Yes.
Were you working with Detective McDermott during this case?
Yes.
And as this investigation continued on October 31st of 2019, did you learn of LPR hits of that Jeep in Idaho?
Yes.
And did you then work with Detective McDermott to try to seek help from law enforcement in Idaho to seize Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler with that Texas plate LWD0997?
Yes.
On November 4th of 2019, did you learn that a Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded that Jeep?
Yes.
Once that Jeep was impounded, what did you decide to do?
Well, I learned on November 4th, Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department and fellow detectives located the Jeep. They impounded it in their private police lot. And once it was known to be secure, the Jeep that we were looking for, I drafted a search warrant and worked with Detective Hermosillo to arrange processing of that Jeep. Because that Jeep was associated with the crime in Gilbert, Arizona, arrangements were made to ultimately travel up to Rexburg, Idaho, rather, and process that Jeep for physical evidence.
We heard from Detective Olzak. Did he go with you, for instance, up there?
Detective Olzak was accompanying me, yes, up to Rexburg, Idaho.
And did a crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashik, also go with you up there?
Yes.
When you were going up there, were you processing the vehicle to obtain gunshot residue?
Yes.
Were you processing the vehicle to obtain DNA?
Yes.
Were you processing the vehicle to obtain fingerprints?
Yes.
We heard, obviously, to remove the infotainment system. Were you also looking for any casings, projectiles, anything like that that might relate to your crime?
Any physical evidence within that vehicle, yes.
What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue, short as GSR, is small particulates that are exerted from a firearm when it is discharged. So when you shoot a gun, these small particulates go out. They can go up to 5 feet, is what I've been told. I am not a GSR expert. However, they do go out in a, best way I can describe it, a smoke-like explosion fashion. And they can both go on clothing, hands, and surrounding areas, depending upon how small the physical environment is.
So in this case, well, let me ask you first, have you collected GSR yourself before?
I have collected GSR before.
Can you describe for us what you use to collect GSR?
Both GSR and any physical evidence, you wear gloves. You will be changing, usually one primary pair of gloves on, and then you will have a secondary pair of gloves you put on. That secondary pair of gloves is removed every time you go to process another location or collect another evidence item. In other words, you're using a lot of protective gloves while processing a scene. With GSR in particular, you're going to have a controlled vial and a sample vial. The controlled vial is not opened. It is next to the sample vial. That is just to give the lab a controlled example of the same type of material that has not been utilized. The sample vial is sealed. Once it is open, it's cylindrical. It's about the size of a shotgun shell is the best way I can describe it. Once it is unsealed, it has a circular adhesive. That adhesive has been pressed against the area in which you are collecting where you believe gunshot residue might exist. Once that's collected, you reseal it with that adhesive into the tube, and then it is sealed with an integrity seal to prevent any tampering before any type of lab analysis.
And for the vehicle, this Jeep, were you then using that process inside the rear area of the Jeep?
That process was being used at the interior of that Jeep, yes.
And was that because you had been advised that there was someone inside the vehicle when the rifle was fired?
Correct.
We said that DNA was collected also in this vehicle. Have you ever collected DNA from a scene?
I have.
Can you tell us how that is done?
Similar, same process with the gloves, removing them
Mine
from each
too.
location, putting a new pair on.
Good night. Thank you so much. Sweet dreams.
There are essentially long Q-tips, wooden, and then they have the Q-tip at the end. There's 2 Q-tips in each paper vessel, keeping the integrity of them. And there's going to be a sterilized water that you also open and crack open, so you get sterile water. You open the Q-tips, as I refer to them as. You put water on one of the ends and leave the other one dry. You will first use the wet Q-tip to swab the area in which you are collecting DNA. You will then use the dry Q-tip to swab that same location. You place both of those Q-tips into a cardboard box. The reason why it's cardboard is so it can breathe, so that doesn't get moldy and affect the integrity of the sample you collected. That box, again, is sealed with integrity seals and signed to prevent any tampering prior to any type of lab analysis.
And then lastly, just before we break, you also talked about collecting fingerprints. Have you collected fingerprints before?
I have.
And can you tell us how that is done on a vehicle?
Much simpler. There's graphite powder. You dust it amongst the surface, a flat surface where you believe the fingerprints may exist. That graphite powder will show the existence of fingerprints. You will then use specialized tape, but honestly it's just clear tape. You press it on there, pick it up, and you place it on a white piece of paper, more or less. It's kind of a cardboard type paper, like a thick paper, and that's how you collect your fingerprints.
All right, let's recess for the weekend. Members of the jury, Monday is going to be a 10:30 start. 10:30 start. Please be in the jury room around 10:20, ready to go. Please remember the admonition. Have a good weekend.
A 10:30 start on Monday? What time does that make it for us? No, that makes it 12:30 for us, right? We'll just roll into that after Karen again. Let's see if they have any discussions outside the jury. She pulled a lot of shit in there today. Yeah, guys, have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. I may or may not come on sometime tomorrow for our Care and Read support group. Not sure yet. Oh, yeah.
For Monday.
Judge, just that I do have the DNA person flying if we don't finish with Pilar, depending on how that goes. And I also have a couple people flying in on Monday. I may need to ask to break with this detective to get those people on and get them back out.
Okay.
I have, just so we know, Dan Moss is flying in.
Say that again.
Dan Moss, Thomas Miller, and Emmy Lynn Sabinosa. So all of those 3 are flying in that I do need to get on Monday. So I would likely ask to.
Thank you. That was beautiful.
So that I can get them done.
Okay. All right, anything else from you? All right, we'll be recessed. Thank you.
So on Monday, they won't be starting with the detective. They'll be starting with some people that are flying in and have to be done first. So there you guys have it. That's a wrap. Thank you so much, Maureen. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the tapping. Thank you for the gifts and just the being together so none of us have to watch all this horribleness alone. I really appreciate you guys. Have a good night, and I will talk to you. Like I said, I may do a live tomorrow for our Care and Read support group because we're all Care and Read addicts, and we have stuff we could review. You never know. Alrighty, I am out of here. Rest well, everybody. Thank you. Good night.